Hey guys, tonight we're braving the crumbling cliffs of Kent, where fog swallows footprints and ghosts outnumber the living. Picture this: you're crunching across a shale beach as dusk stains the sky burnt orange. That hulking, stripe-painted tower ahead, built in 1802 to ward off ship-eating reefs. The locals whisper it's really here to keep something in. Pro tip: if your phone suddenly dies, don't blame the battery. This coast eats signals like candy. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your nearest body of water and current time zone. Mine's the North Sea at 2200 hours. And no, that's not a metaphor. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Salt stings your lips as you climb, each breath tasting of kelp and diesel fumes from some invisible freighter. The lighthouse looms taller with every step, its black and white bands peeling like a rotting piano key. Historians still argue whether those stripes helped sailors or just gave artillery crews better aim during Napoleon's invasion panics. Up close, rust bleeds down its iron doorframe, the metal pocked with holes like shotgun wounds. A lantern swings suddenly in the highest window, golden light slicing through the gloom. Your shoes slip on rocks polished smooth by centuries of storms. Did that shadow just lean over the railing? 17 steps left. 16, 15. At step 3, your heel sinks into something squid soft, seagull guts, or fisherman's bait. Let's not dwell. The door creaks open before you knock. No keeper yet, just a draft smelling of machine oil and pickled herring. You step into a round room choked with rope coils and dented kerosene cans. A coil of fog slithers past your ankles, chilly as a surgeon's scalpel. Up the spiral stairs, boots scrape stone, slow, heavy, dragging something. Visitors, rasps a voice above each syllable grating like a rusted hinge. Always come at tide turn. You freeze as his lantern light floods the stairwell, the keeper's silhouette bloated by a sou'wester raincoat. Salt crusts his beard into icicle-sharp points. If Santa Claus drowned and got resurrected by a vengeful ocean, basically, he doesn't blink, just jerks his chin upward, oilskin crackling like cellophane. The staircase spirals tighter than a nautilus shell, each step groaning underfoot. Your elbow brushes the wall, it's tacky, with decades of mold and something stickier. Mind the third plank, he mutters, pointing to a stair darker than the rest. Local legend says a relief keeper tripped there in 1934, shattered his skull, and now haunts the tide charts. Halfway up, the air warms thick with the hum of machinery. Through a ventilation slit, you glimpse waves clawing the cliffside 90 feet below. The keeper pauses, pressing one palm against the curving wall. Hear that? A distant metallic shudder pulses through the stones. The lighthouse's clockwork heart, wound daily since Victoria's reign. His glove creaks as he grips the rail, leather worn translucent at the knuckles. Built by the Stevensons, this one, same clan that birthed the guy who wrote Jekyll and Hyde. He snorts. Coincidence? Never. At the top, a mammoth lens rotates inside its brass cage, prisms, fracturing the keeper's face into a dozen jagged pieces. He yanks a lever. The entire chamber thrums like a live wire. This beauty's visible from 23 nautical miles out when the fog allows. His thumb strokes the glass, a gesture oddly tender. She saved 942 souls. Lost 12 keepers. You lean closer. The lens radiates heat like a sleeping animal. Outside, the last sliver of sun drowns in the sea, and the great lamp's beam stabs the dark, 1, 2, 3 revolutions per minute. Some claim they've seen the light bend around invisible shapes, sailing ships from old naval logs, phantoms in oilskins. Skeptics blame sleep deprivation and bad whiskey. The keeper's chuckle rasps behind you. Go on, touch it. Everyone does. The glass feels alive under your palm, pulsing with each gear's teeth. He checks a brass gauges, pressure falling fast. Storms brewing. You'll hear the buoy bells soon. They scream like banshees when the swells hit 40 feet. Wind howls through the lantern room, a sound that's less air and more predator. He shoves a logbook into your hands, water-stained pages filled with cramped script, entry dated March 4th, 1904. 03. 0 schooner spotted drifting toward razors, edge extinguished lamp per Admiralty orders. The final line is scratched out violently, ink blotted like dried blood. Time to wind the mechanism. He growls, turning a crank that screeches like a tortured violin. The light spins faster, its beam slicing the clouds into frantic ribbons. You glance down at the cove. Foam hisses over rocks shaped like broken teeth. He follows your gaze. Low tide's best for beachcombing, if you enjoy finding wedding rings and femur bones. His boot taps a floorboard underneath. Waves boom against the cliff. Sleep here often. Just don't mind the footsteps when the tide's at 6 fathoms. They say old Wicklow still checks his barometer. Your throat tightens. Is that your pulse? Or the lighthouse's heartbeat shaking the catwalk? The keeper adjusts the lens, its light now tinged red from dust in the storm. They'll blame me if that cargo ship founders tonight. As if one man can fight a sea that eats continents. Thunder growls. The first raindrop smacks the glass with a sound like a bullet. He doesn't flinch. Best shelter in the watchroom. Unless you fancy becoming tomorrow's cautionary tale. You're about to ask about the crossed-out log entry when the foghorn drowns your voice, a bass note that rattles molars. He grips the rail, white-knuckled, as the storm roars to life. The lighthouse trembles like a struck bell somewhere below. A door slams over and over as the wind learns new words. You halt at the iron-bound door, its hinges weeping rust like dried blood. A shadow shifts behind the salt-fogged window. Then comes the scrape of a bolt. The door groans open, revealing a man who looks carved from the cliff itself. His beard holds spider webs and old gull feathers, a trophy case of lonely nights. 17 steps to my threshold, he grunts, voice frayed by decades of shouting over nor'easters. Counted him every dusk since Victoria's bloody jubilee. Historians still argue whether lighthouse keepers truly went mad from isolation or just perfected the art of sour company. You note his boots, leather split by salt cracks, each step scattering briny crumbs. He doesn't welcome you, doesn't ask your name, simply jerks his chin upward toward the spiraling stairs. The smell hits first, linseed oil and damp wool, overripe as a fisherman's laundry trunk. You pass a coal stove crowned with chipped mugs, their stains hinting at 40 years of bitter tea. He pauses by a wall-mounted barometer, taps its fogged glass like a parent, checking a fevered brow. Storms brewing twins, he mutters, one above, one in here. His laugh crackles, a firework drowned mid-burst. A framed photograph catches your eye. 19th century keepers posed stiffly beside a donkey engine. My granddad's crew, he says. They burned seal fat for lamp oil, reeked like Satan's kitchen. His thumb brushes the frame's edge, a habitual gesture worn smooth. You almost miss the dartboard behind the door darts, replaced with rusty marlin spikes, the bullseyes tattooed with a mermaid's scowling face. He grabs a whale oil lantern, its flame dancing blue at the edges. Mind the third step, he growls. Wood's softer than a politician's promise. The joke surprises you, a pebble of humor in a seabed of grit. As you ascend, your shoulder brushes a shelf, sending a brass telescope rolling. He catches it midair, never breaking stride. Muscle memory etched by years of earthquakes at sea. At the first landing, wind screams through a cracked pane. He slaps a square of tarred canvas over the gap. Fixed this every spring since 72, he says. Glass won't stick, like the reef won't quit biting hulls. You glance at his hands, knuckles scarred by frozen pulley ropes. One finger's missing its tip, a story he seals behind clenched teeth. A ship's bell hangs beside a moth-eaten hammock. Rang this when the Kriegsmarine U-boats prowled the channel, he says. One captain threw me a cigar case, still bobs up some winters. His tone suggests you shouldn't ask about the cigars or the captain. Through a porthole, you spy the cove where HMS Alcestis ran aground in 1898, her cannons still visible at spring tides. He halts abruptly, presses a palm against the limestone wall. Hear that? A faint hum courses through the stone, the tower's marrow-deep vibration. 23 tons of rotating glass above us, grinding like God's own coffee mill. The air tastes of ozone and anxiety. You notice his ears, lobes thickened by decades of tempest noise. When he moves again, it's with the creaky precision of a wind-up toy. The stairs narrow, your elbows brushing maps, yellowed by pipe smoke. He traces a coastline with one calloused finger. Drawn this same chart every Sunday since the Berlin Wall fell, he says. Coast Guard calls it daft. I call it foreplay for the tide. His chuckle dissolves into a wet cough. Some claim keepers added rum to their tea to dull the cold. This one clearly brews his tea in rum. Ahead, a crimson door banded with iron. He fumbles with a keyring heavy enough to anchor a skiff. Had a journalist here once, he says. Asked if I'd seen ghosts. Told him every shipwreck leaves echoes. Doesn't mean I'm daft enough to answer. The key screams in the lock, a sound that prickles your molars. When the door swings wide, the lamplight gutters, as if the room beyond breathes. The iron-bound door exhales damp cellar breath, kelp, and rat bones and secrets. Stairs spiral upward, each wooden slat warped by a century's damp. Your boot sinks into the third step, its size like a drowned man's lung. Told you, the keeper grunts. Wood rots faster here than a sailor's vows. His lantern swings, casting spiderweb shadows that twist into rigging shapes. You pass a niche stacked with tinned peaches, labels bleached by salt air. 1,200 cans left, he says. Quartermaster's revenge for stealing his best mate. Historians still argue whether Victorian Lighthouse crews actually mutinied over marmalade shortages, or just hated each other's hymns. The walls sweat brine, your palm comes away glistening. He pauses at a warped step, kneels to wedge a copper penny into the crack. Keeps the groaning down, he mutters. Coins from 7 shipwrecks in these stairs. You spot dates stamped on the metal: 1893, 1917, 1942. One bears a swastika. His breath hitches when you stare at it. The air thickens, kerosene and black mold, a church vault flooded by tide. 12 steps up. A rusted grate reveals the moonlit cove below. Watch your toes, he says. Last assistant dropped a wrench here in 88, took 3 waves to clean the stairs. You note the absence of railings, just rope strung between iron posts. It hums in the wind, a mournful A minor. He slaps a pipe running up the wall. Steam heat from the lamp room, he says, warmer than a whore's blush, but don't touch it sober. His chuckle rasps like a saw on driftwood. The pipe vibrates, carrying the lighthouse's pulse into your fingertips. At the 5th landing, he stops, presses his forehead to the stones. A thrumming resonates through his skull. You feel it in your molars. Hear him, he whispers. Lady Margaret, 1912 Grey Duchess, 1929 Star of Minsk, 1985. Each name tolls like a bell. Experts think the reefs, magnetic pull steers, ships off course. Others blame drunken helmsmen and cursed sextants. Your elbow brushes a shelf. A domino line of ship and bottle fragments cascades downward. He snatches a piece of green glass midair, mutter flinch. SS Orion's porthole, he says, washed up with 6 frozen rats lashed to it. The story dangles, unfinished. You decide not to tug the thread. The stairs coil tighter, your shoulders scraping both walls. He flicks a fingernail against a limestone block. Smugglers hollowed this one out in the 1790s, he says. Found 40 tea bricks and a skeleton's hand still gripping a musket. The stone echoes hollow, A tomb within a tomb. Wind shrieks through a fissure. Needle-sharp spray stings your cheeks. He slams a leather-bound book over the gap. Tied logs from the Crimean War, he growls. Better insulation than the Queen's own paperwork. The pages flutter, handwritten entries bleeding into tavern sketches and umlauts of dried wine. You count 97 steps before he halts, rotten wood replaced by iron grates. Below, the abyss. Above, the lens's mechanical growl. He grips your elbow. You taste his fierce sweat, salt and nickel. Now comes the dance, he says. Left foot on brass, right on oak, or you'll wake the tilt. The final flight sways, your spine remembers that storm 10 years back. His boot finds a rhythm older than compasses, 3 taps per step, wards off selkies. You mimic him breathe when he breathes, until the darkness above starts pulsing. The keeper's whisper curls around your ear like smoke. Ever seen a Fresnel lens eat daylight? Swallows it whole, spits it back as stars. The lens inhales, 600 prisms flex, each bending daylight stolen from 3 horizons away. Your irises shrink to pinholes. The air itself vibrates honey gold. Augustin Jean Fresnel's masterpiece, the keeper says, spitting the name like a peach pit. French bastard invented this glass hive in 1822, saved 1 million ships, ruined 1,000 marriages. Brass gears churn overhead, their teeth chewing time into measured rotations. You lean closer. The lens's heat warps your cheekbones. They say each prism weighs as much as a newborn, he mutters. Never checked. Ethel miscarried before we could compare. His hand hovers near the glass, not touching, just feeling its pulse. 15 oil wicks snarl below the apparatus, flames kept lean and mean. A prism winks, your retina burns with the afterimage of the keeper's dead wife. He catches your flinch. Don't worry, she's polite. Only haunts Thursdays and leap years. The joke hangs awkwardly like a lifebuoy thrown backwards. Your palm meets the glass, warmer than blood. Throbbing sinks with the tides, or maybe your own panicking heart. Historians still argue whether keepers went mad from the light's hypnosis, or just couldn't stomach the silence. The beam slices the room, its sweep so regular you could set a metronome by it. He nudges a pressure gauge, needle dancing near the red. Underglass temperature hits 96 Fahrenheit in summer. Cooked a seagull last July, feathers fused to the brass. You picture it, crispy wings splayed like a failed angel. The keeper licks his chapped lips. Tasted like chicken. Ish. Wind howls through the ventilation slits. A duet with the gears grind. You squint at the prism array, hexagons nested like a wasp's wet dream. Cleaning this monster takes 3 days, he says. You'll find my wedding ring in the southeast quadrant. Fingers got slippery in 93. A gear coughs, sending the light beam staggering. He whacks the housing with a wrench, the rhythm steadies. Capricious bitch, he croons, almost affectionate, needs more persuasion than my ex-wife's divorce lawyer. Night fully claims the windows now. The lens projects a laser-sharp line across the black. You follow its sweep 20 miles out. A tanker blinks back. The keeper grunts. Mexican registry. 18 crew. Captain's cheating on his wife in Veracruz. You raise an eyebrow. Modern AIS tracking's shit compared to Lighthouse gossip. He smirks. Your fingers brush a bronze plaque, names worn to ghosts in the metal. Reginald Smythe, 1901 Ada Villeneuve, 1936 Arkady Petrov, 1960. He traces Petrov's name. Soviet defector. Thought the KGB hid listening devices in the foghorn. A pause. He wasn't wrong. Rotating gears throw shadows that look like grasping hands. The keeper tosses a walnut into the mechanism. It crunches. Squirrel tried nesting here last spring. Now he's lard for the bearings. The smell of roasted nuts briefly conquers kerosene. You peer through a prism. The coastline fractures into cubist nightmares. He chuckles at your recoil. First time. We used to drop acid and stare at this for hours in 72. Suddenly, he's very interested in cleaning his fingernails. A warning bell clangs, oil levels dipping. The keeper curses, hammers a manual override lever with practiced violence. Regulator sticks when the moon's waxing. He hisses. Lunar conspiracy theorists get pissy when I mention that tidbit. You inhale ozone and whale oil, lungs coating themselves in protective slime. The keeper produces a harmonica. Plays 4 notes that match the light's rotation. Hymns for ships' radios, he says. Sharp C cuts through static best. You look like a G minor man yourself. A rogue wave shakes the tower. Your knees meet the floor hard enough to baptize the wood with curse words. The keeper stays upright, laughing through his nicotine teeth. Floors sloped 7 degrees seaward. Saved my flask 13 times this winter. Red emergency, bulbs flash as the main lamp stutters. He sprints to a cherrywood cabinet, yanks out a jar of crystalline powder. Finish crushed quartz. He snarls, dumping glitter into the fuel feed. Cost me 3 bottles of Glenlivet and a Dutch porn mag. The flame roars back, angry and blue-edged. Prisms flare, slicing a cargo ship's silhouette into zebra stripes. The keeper squints. Morning star. Forgot they'd sold her to the Indonesians. His voice softens. I proposed to Ethel on that rust bucket's stern. Cap'n married us using tide charts as a Bible. Your elbow bumps a bronze lever. The light sweep accelerates to double time. He lunges, rams it back to neutral. You just gave the Nordic princess 15 years of bad sex. He snaps. Lighthouse Morse codes still love letters to some navigators. Moonlight bleeds through a cracked prism, etching a jagged scar on the far wall. He pats the glass. Hurricane Gloria, 85. Sandblasted the paint off 3 Coast Guard rescues. Fixed it with aquarium sealant and wishful thinking. Dawn's first photons start leaking through the eastern slits. The keeper slumps into his chair, a throne of repair manuals and empty sardine tins. His boot taps out SOS against the floor. You ask how he sleeps through the noise. Same way you'll sleep after this, he grins. Drunk on kerosene fumes and existential awe, you blink awake to the keeper's boot, nudging your ribs, the scent of Earl Grey cutting through kerosene haze. Nap time's over, princess, he growls, thrusting a spyglass slick with fish grease into your hands. Sunset vigils starting. That horizon won't bleed on its own. Amber stains the western sky as if a god spilled whiskey across cheap upholstery. He attacks the clockwork mechanism, 18 gears shrieking under a wrench's persuasion. Victorian engineering, he spits, installed when Disraeli was prime minister, still smoother than your Tinder dates. The central shaft groans, rotating the lens into position with arthritic reluctance. Waves below gnaw the cliffside, their retreat sounds like gravel rattling in a tin can. You note the tide's rhythm, 6 seconds between assaults. Neap tide, he mutters. Moon's playing coy tonight. Historians still argue whether Roman lighthouse crews chanted tides into submission or just prayed to seasick gods. A freighter emerges, its silhouette crawling across the molten horizon. The keeper squints. Pacific Star. Registries Liberian, crews Filipino, captains Ukrainian, and his mistress is waving from cabin 9. He adjusts the lens focus. Your spyglass reveals a woman blowing smoke rings through a porthole. You mention maritime traffic apps, rendering lighthouses obsolete. He snorts, a sound like a bilge pump choking. AIS tracking can't smell drunken navigators. In 98, I sniffed out a cocaine tanker 3 miles off. Stench of lies carries over salt water. His nostril twitches at the memory. He winds a crank. Exposed gears bite the air where his wedding ring once lived. Tide mills used this same clockwork in Elizabethan times, he says. Peasants thought the grinding sounds were demons chewing sinners' bones. The mechanism accelerates, prisms spinning light into a frenzied disco ball. Sudden darkness, the main lamp sputters. You freeze. He kicks a brass panel, the beam reignites. Happens when the moon's perigee aligns with Mercury in retrograde. He deadpans, or when seagulls shit on the solar cells. A pause. Occam's razor says it's the bird crap. Twilight deepens. The keeper produces a dented flask, offers you a swig. It tastes like turpentine and regret. Napoleon's troops looted this cognac in 1803. He lies smoothly. Stole it from a bishop who was stealing it from a brothel. You cough. He grins. A blast of foghorn bludgeons the silence. Your skeleton briefly considers evacuation. Typhon 4 model. He yells over the din. Same frequency as a blue whale's heartbeat. Pods used to follow our coastlines sent the whalers bankrupt in 76. Prism light catches something metallic offshore. He stiffens, telescope slams against his eye socket. Bristol registered trawler. Hulls riding 2 high, smuggling compartments empty. The ship lists, like a drunk murmured, tossed their contraband 12 hours back, probably Georgian wine or Georgian ex-presidents. You mention satellite surveillance. He scoffs. Spy cameras don't taste fog. In '89, KGB subs parked right under that reef dissected him with tidal charts and a protractor. His finger stabs the map. Pinholes mark every Cold War incursion. The horizon swallows the sun's final ember. The lens dims to a sullen glow. He wipes sweat and nostalgia from his brow. Phoenicians burned wet seaweed in their towers, made the whole Mediterranean reek like Satan's ashtray. But by Poseidon, those beacons dripped drama. Moonrise mutates the sea into mercury. Waves now move like stolen jewelry. He scribbles in the logbook, ink blots forming Rorschach ships. Night's first entry always gets a drop of blood, he murmurs. Mine or the previous keeper's. The page reveals brownish stains older than your parents'. Silence stretches until he rips a page from Coleridge's rhyme to roll a cigarette. Lamp oils better than Zippo fluid, he rasps, lighting it on a wick. Wordsworth tested that theory in 1802. Burnt off his eyebrows, hence the portraits. Your stomach growls, a feral sound that startles a barnacle crab scuttling across the windowsill. He tosses you a cracker furry with green mold. Penicillin lunch, he winks. Keepers call it sea wasabi. Navy SEALs trained on this shit during D-Day. Clouds congeal above, the first raindrop plinks through a rusted ceiling vent. He traps it in a chipped teacup. Rain collected at sunset cures gout, or causes it, never got the memos straight. The cup joins a shelf of murky vials labeled IN Chinese letter, only fishermen understand. A rogue wave shakes the tower. You grab the railing and dignity simultaneously. He remains upright, body swaying like kelp in a riptide. Floors tilted toward yesterday, he explains. Everything slides eventually. Woke up in Denmark once. The barometer plunges, glass cracking under the needle's violent descent. He smacks it, a lover's reprimand. Storm's coming. You'll hear the banshees soon, if the diesel generator doesn't drown them out first. Lighthouse beams carve the dark, each rotation, etching ship names onto the black. You catch Maria Ann Kattegat, Queen Persephone's revenge. He nods toward the last. Worst pirate radio DJ off the Shetlands. Requests. He played sea shanties on a theremin. Stars vanish, swallowed by clouds limping inland. He hums a tune you almost recognize, a hymn blurred by whiskey and engine grease. The air thickens, smelling of burned wiring and the ghost of lemongrass. When he finally speaks again, the words arrive slow tar dripping from a winter barrel. North Seas squeezed 17 keepers, hearts dry since Victoria's reign. You'll join that count someday. The jest falls heavy. Fog swallows his next thought whole. Prisms hum, their light now the only pulse for miles. Glass shivers in its leaded frames. The barometer's needle kisses the storm's red quadrant. You taste ozone before seeing it, that burnt metal tang you last smelled during a failed microwave burrito experiment. The keeper slaps the instrument. Its brass casing whines like a scolded terrier. 1866, he mutters. Royal Charter storm tore this coast apart, ground ships into matchsticks. Victim's jewelry still washes up if you know which rocks to lick. Wind rams the tower, your eardrums flex inward. He wedges a textbook into the rattling sash window. Marine forecasting for morons pivots in the draft, pages flapping like seagull wings. That's my rate one eyebrow raise joke, he shouts. Copied from a 19th century Lloyd's captain. Best part, thievery's traditional. Rain arrives sideways, needling through gaps in the mortar. You flinch as a droplet perforates the logbook, blurring a month's tide calculations. He dabs the stain with his sleeve. Story of my life, he growls. British weather versus British plumbing. A muted flash outside, sheet lightning illuminates waves, cresting like feral horses. The generator coughs, fluorescent lights stutter. He knees the diesel tank, a baptism of rust flakes. 1942. Luftwaffe tried bombing this tower. Missed by 3 miles. Aeronautical experts still debate incompetence or secret Luftwaffe sim. The engine roars to life. His shrug finishes the thought. Your hair levitates. Static clings to everything but dignity. He tosses you a rubber mat. Stand on that. Last assistant got welded to the railing during a squall. Took 3 nuns and a case of gin to unstick him. The mat smells suspiciously of electrocuted sheep. Prisms whirl, their beam slices the maelstrom. You spot a fishing skiff riding waves like a manic rodeo bull. Coastal patrols new recruits, he sneers. Fresh from the PlayStation generation. They'll puke before reaching the shingle bank. His mockery lacks venom, hands already adjusting the distress signals filter. Thunder detonates overhead, the floor shudders. You grab a pipe labeled steam vent. Do not. It hisses through your palm like a scorned lover. He chuckles, told Churchill's war cabinet this place was a D-trap. They promoted me to keeper. British efficiency. Something clangs on the roof, an antennae twirling into the void. He makes a ledger entry with storm spittle ink. Sent, Elmo's fire, next guaranteed. Always precedes a proper gale. Looks like electrified snot, smells like burnt nose hairs. You question the science. He grins. Got a theology degree from a Maltese prison. Same thing. Horizon vomits a greenish glow, celestial bile smearing the clouds. He squints. Norwegians call that a necropher. Means corpse fire. Cheerful bastards. The beam sweeps again, illuminating a wave cresting 80, 90 Christ, 100 feet. It disintegrates before hitting the rocks. He yawns. Another window surrenders, shattered glass skitters across the floor. He kicks a towel into the breach. Medieval glaziers added human hair to storm pains. Absorbs vibrations. Modern solution. Duct tape and despair. The towel flaps like a surrender flag. Your phone buzzes, emergency alert for extreme weather event. He snatches it, reading aloud with mock solemnity. Avoid coastal areas. Thank you, BBC man, in a heated studio, tossing the device into a bread box. He adds, Faraday cage. Your Twitter addiction can wait. Cold sluices down your neck. A leak springs above the tide charts. He positions a bucket decorated with faded mermaids. Catchment system. Distill whiskey during lulls. Shipwrecked bananas, 1952, still makes the best hooch. You decline with a shudder. Floorboards moan underfoot. The whole tower lists to port. He writes a toppling oil can. Tilts tradition. Winstanley's original Lighthouse leaned worse. Threat letters from drunk architects. The can's label peels away, revealing a WWII spice rack conversion blueprint. Lightning forks into the shallows. A deafening crack ionizes the air. You count. 1 Mississippi, 3 misses. Don't bother, he interrupts. Storm's pacing itself like my ex-wife, describing her alimony needs. The jest dies beneath. Another thunderclap. Rain shifts to hail. Ice marbles ricochet off the lens housing. He uncorks a flask with his teeth. Great storm of 1703. Wiped out entire villages. The preacher called it God's colonic irrigation. The liquor he offers smells like fermented witch hazel. Sudden calm, the eye passes overhead. Fog billows through broken windows. He lights a paraffin lamp. Its flame burns blue. Historians still argue whether drowning librarians inspired mermaid myths. Spoiler: seaweed in a wig's plausible. The flame gutters, shadows twist into hook-handed silhouettes. Diesel fumes and brine cram your sinuses. He dons leather gauntlets frayed at the knuckles. Brace for round 2. This bitch brought siblings. The barometer's needle resumes its suicidal dive. Somewhere below, the sea laughs. He drags a chart from an oak cabinet. Parchment, crackling like old sunburns. Your nostrils itch centuries of mildew and squid ink fermenting in vellum. Admiralty Chart 2710, he announces. Surveyed by a dysentery-riddled crew in 1802. They mapped the coast between barfing spells. The keeper's calloused finger stabs at a crescent bay. See those crosshatches? Ship-eaters. HMS Wasp vanished there in 1865, carrying 3 tons of Portuguese cork. Still surfaces, sometimes, in bottle stoppers. Rain drums the roof, a Morse code tantrum. He flips the page. Brittle edges disintegrate, 18th century dust snowing onto your shoes. A crimson X mars the margin. SS Cairnwallis's last fix. She radioed, all machinery ceased before plunging bow first. Salvagers found her bell in a walrus carcass. True story. The X bleeds through the paper like a wound. You touch a coastal inlet labeled Marrow's Maw. The ink squirms under your hand, optics or exhaustion. Ah, he grunts. 19th century whalers swore they saw mermen there. Turned out to be shipwrecked monks, survived on raw barnacles. Grew beards to their knees. Good lesson, never trust a sailor's eyesight or hygiene. He unrolls another map, this one speckled with coffee rings. Here's the fun part. A child's crayon marks scar the channel depths. 1934, keeper's daughter drew sea dragons during blackouts. Next week, a U-boat snagged on uncharted rocks. Hitler Youth crew surrendered to a lighthouse brat holding a stuffed octopus. The crayon drags eastward, a waxy scar across the Bristol Channel. Wax drips from the chart table. You dodge a falling stalactite. Watch the tallow, he warns. Candles rendered from a sperm whale's noggin, harvested in 1812. Fat holds memories. One sniff, and I'll need therapy. The flame gutters, casting shadows that twist into tricorn hats. Your sleeve brushes a notation, serious. 1853, 200 lost, tea cargo. He spins the chart, north becomes south. That wreck funded half the pubs in Cardiff. Moral: never transport leaves that go well with scones. A joke or a threat. The keeper's smirk dissolves as he taps a cluster of coordinates. Now this, his nail splits the parchment. RMS Hesione, 1909. Steam liner turned submersible. Sank with all hands except the captain's terrier. Swam ashore wearing the ship's log in a oilskin pouch. Historians still argue whether the dog planned mutiny. Outside, thunder barks agreement. He produces a brass divider, jabs it into the Irish Sea. See this route? Skippers call it the widow's waltz. Follow the currents right, you get whisky. Wrong, you get an obituary in iambic pentameter. The tool scrapes westward, etching a fresh scar into the vellum. Wind screams through a crack. The chart levitates momentarily. He slaps it down with a tide table. Lesson 1. Never trust a calm tide. Lesson 2. Always distrust a Scotsman offering free whiskey. Lesson 3. A wave explodes against the cliffs. The sentence dies in the spray. He grips your wrist, presses your palm to a faded wailing log. The paper feels feverish. They abandoned this station once, 1830. Keeper went mad studying rogue waves, scribbled equations in seal blood. Last entry: the sea isn't water, it's teeth. The ink glistens, still damp, after 2 centuries. Your phone vibrates in the bread box, muffled doom scroll purrs. The keeper yanks open a drawer, tosses a sextant onto the charts. Here, entertain yourself. It's from Napoleon's bathroom. Stole it during a school trip to Toulon. They're still billing my parents. The brass feels sticky, you opt not to ask. Hail pellets ricochet off the chimney, sounding like Morse code from hell. He uncaps a fountain pen. Watch closely. Best party trick since Blig navigated the Bounty on half a rum ration. Ink swirls, transforming a wave crest into a mermaid flipping the bird. There, authentic maritime tradition. Drafts lift the chart corners, dead captains whispering through paper. He slaps down a corroded astrolabe. Found this in a conger eel's belly. Still smells like diesel and poor decisions. The device points northeast, directly at a stain shaped like Florida. Coincidence? The keeper's wink suggests otherwise. Lightning flash, the chart's coasts writhe momentarily. You step back. Ah, he murmurs, latitude sickness. Maps breathe before a second squall. Stand on the rubber mat, it helps. You comply. The mat exhales a static-laced sigh. Cold seeps through your soles, probably rising from drowned sailors. He lights a pipe using the chart's edge. Don't worry, this copy's useless. Real ones are carved into my ribs. Smoke coils into a perfect latitude line. A wave shakes the tower. Inkwells commit suicide. The keeper salvages a sodden ledger. 1944, Yankee bomber ditched here. Crew survived by looting a rum runner's cache, wrote their report on a corset's lining. Patton framed it. He wrings out the page. WWII whiskey drips into the bucket. Your stomach growls louder than the storm. He tosses you a hardtack biscuit, souvenir from a Titanic survivor. Don't bite, just suck. Fractured jaw reef got its name the hard way. The biscout could stun a hippo. Prisms whirl, their beam catches a freak wave's underbelly. Jellyfish pulse in the abyss. Translucent ghosts fleeing deeper darkness. He squints. That's the ninth wave. Legend says they carry drowned men's breath. Latest theory, plankton farts. The wave collapses, foam hisses the secret against the shore. Floorboards shudder, you grab a bookshelf labeled cursed, 1881-1913. He nods approval. Good choice. Shelf 3's damp but polite. A volume thuds to the floor, nautical madness. A self-help guide. The author photo shows a man hugging an angry octopus. Sudden stillness. The storm holds its breath. He licks a finger, tests the air. 90 seconds. Enough time for the 7-second rule. From his pocket, a soggy licorice wheel. Found this in the signal horn. Extra flavor from gull regrets. You decline. He shrugs, eats it with a mariner's stoicism. Barometer twitches. The needle scribbles madness on glass. He flips the chart, revealing a bloodstain over Portsmouth. Leave that one story for calmer winds. And less vomit. The stain spreads as you watch, or is the room tilting? Sirens wail in the distance, coast guard or banshees. He cranks the storm shutters. They'll be busy tonight. Pro tip, if rescued, avoid the inflatable rafts. They double as seal chew toys. The shutters screech final barriers against the sea's return. Lightning strikes the reef, a photonegative hellscape. For a heartbeat, the charts flutter upright, paper ghosts of every drowned navigator. The keeper grips his pen. Right. Let's plot how we'll survive this. The first mark bleeds, an archipelago of doubt on cheap vellum. The tower shudders your teeth, clacking like a skeleton's castanets. Rain needles the lens above each drop a bullet, ricocheting off glass. You clamp onto the rail, North Sea wind yanks your breath into the void. The keeper stomps past, boots leaving brine puddles that sprint toward the stairs. 1903, he barks. Storm surge peeled this cliff like an onion. Left a nun's diary in the kelp. Pages tasted like shame and herring. Your hair stands taut, static weaving crowns from airborne salt. He slams a timber brace across the shutters. Ignore the wailing. It's just the Lofoten wives. ghosts of fishing widows. They steal socks and bad lyrics. A shutter bulges inward, wood groaning like a stepped-on coffin. You catch a whiff of petrichor and regret. Prisms spin wild above, the beam staggers, drunk on chaos. He vaults onto the gearbox, cranks a brass lever with calloused hands. Grab that chain. Haul like you're dragging Darwin's beard through a pub brawl. Metal bites your palms, links colder than a banker's compassion. Somewhere below, the tide bellows, a bass note felt in your molars. Lightning licks the horizon for one flash. You see them. Shadow ships cresting waves, sails tattered as moth wings. The keeper kicks your boot. Eyes forward. Those are just the gray fleet. Eternal convoy for captains who ignored barometers. The light sweeps again. Phantoms dissolve into spray and stupidity. Hail ricochets off the lantern room, sounding like a xylophone played by goblins. He lobs a sandbag at the emergency shutters. Cardiff, 1947. Hailstones big as sheep kidneys. Killed a politician midlie. City threw a parade. The bag hits its mark, shrapnel vibration, rattling your fillings. Your knees buckle floorboards, hum with the reef's growl. He flips open a maintenance hatch, vapor erupts, smelling of burnt toffee and panic. Fuse box from the Brixham trawler disaster. Still sparks in F-sharp. Makes harmonizing with doom optional. Wires spit and croon. A Tesla coils bitter lullaby. Rain infiltrates, tiny waterfalls cascading down the spiral stair. He corks a leak with his sock. Pro tip, never wear cotton in a squall. Wool hides cowardice better. The sodden bundle drips, a pathetic flag of surrender. A wave slams the foundation, stonework creaks like old bones, glassware dances off shelves, preserved squid jars waltz toward doom. He catches one, unscrews the lid. Breakfast. You decline. He slurps the cephalopod, gristle crunching like gravel under tires. Prisms falter, darkness gulps the beam. He knees the gearbox. Glass roars back to life. Lens from the original Eddystone. Smelted with Napoleon's dental fillings. History's best revenge is good optics. The beam stabs outward, spearing a waterspout writhing offshore. Your ears pop, pressure dropping like an elevator with severed cables. He slaps a barometer needle buried in the O Christ zone. Don't fret. 38 Atlanta toffs died in an 1880 cyclone. Built mansions on sandbars. Skeletons still host tea parties. Thunder howls, or maybe the luncheon guests. Windows flex inward, you brace as the storm sucker punches the tower. He shoves you aside, catches a falling fire extinguisher from 63. Used this on a grease fire and my first marriage. Sprays foam at the ceiling, globs descend like synthetic snow. Cracks spiderweb across the lantern pane, each fracture birthing new reflections. He pats the glass. Tougher than your ex's heart. Glaziers mixed bull's blood into the silica. Extra stubbornness. A wave's fist explodes against the flaw, the pain holds barely. You taste blood, bit your tongue to Oslo and back. He offers a rusted flask. Cognac from a Luftwaffe pilot's flask, inherited when he crash-landed in my cabbage patch. The liquor smells like burned hope and diesel. You sip, regret immediately. Sudden lull, the storm inhales. He freezes. Flagpole test. Grab the anemometer. You clutch the wind gauge, it spins meekly. False calm. Batten your soul. The hiatus shatters. A microburst slams the tower. Your feet levitate, floor drops 6 inches. Bookshelf confesses to the floor. Volumes spill open at pages, marked with salt tears. He writes a chair, splinters jab his palm. Worth it. This seat survived the 70 Fastnet disaster. Cushions still hold yachtsmen's screams. You notice the fabric's pattern, tiny lifebuoys and anguish. Midnight passes. The chronometer rings 8 bells. No one cheers. He rechecks the beam's alignment. Prisms whisper of coastal villages saved or ruined. Your reflection warps in the glass, face stretched into a Edvard Munch homage. Dawn loiters on the horizon, too cowardly to approach. He lights a storm lantern. Flame trembles like a pardoned prisoner. Almost through. 3rd worst gale I've weathered. 2nd was my mother-in-law's wedding speech. Wind laughs, or maybe you do. The line blurs. Final assault, a rogue wave taller than regret. It eclipses the view, black water vaulting toward the lens. He roars. You dive. The tower groans, its spine bending like a prizefighter's nose. Glass holds, then sighs. The wave retreats, dragging its ambition back to the depths. Silence. Real this time. The keeper spits on a lens smear. Caviar of the damned, full of plankton and sailor ego. Your hands shake. Adrenaline ebbing to reveal 3 new phobias. He tosses you a rusted key. Storm cellar. Nap time. Don't mind the weeping. It's just the walls remembering. The cellar key burns in your fist, rusted teeth biting crescent moons into your palm. Fog slinks through the tower's cracks, a sinuous thing tasting of kelp and locomotive exhaust. Above, the storm's tantrum fades to listless grumbles. The keeper shoves past his oilskin coat, crackling like cellophane. False peace, he growls. Deadliest hours when idiots drop their guard. A freighter's horn shreds the silence low, anguished, closer than tides allow. You flinch. The sound carves a trench through your sternum. He vaults up the spiral, stairs 2 at a time, boot heels striking sparks from iron. Move your landlubber legs. That's no foghorn, that's hubris yelling for a tombstone. The lantern room stinks of burnt tungsten and dread. He slams the signal lamp's trigger, Morse code, laser beamed into the murk. Die-dot it. Da-da. Back. Off. 1904. RMS Baltic ignored 10 warnings. Captain toasted his mistress with view Cliquot. Wound up a barnacle's neighbor. The lamp stutters, a reaper's semaphore. Something groans beyond the glass, steel scraping granite. You squint, a shadow looms, taller than catastrophe. Portholes glare like Cyclops' eyes. The keeper snorts, thinks it's Cleopatra's barge. Tell that to the reef. His fingers dance across the lamp, I will end you in binary. Murky shapes dart below dinghies. Debris. You point, he swats your hand down. Wreck pickers. Vultures with rowboats. One tried snagging the Titanic's chicken coop. Got degree frostbite on his ambition. The freighter bellows again, all bravado and engines sweat. Fog thickens, jellyfish tendrils coil around the tower. He kicks open a supply locker, pulls out a flare gun older than jazz. Caught an art thief with this in 73. Bastard tried looting the Eddystone candlesticks, forged by Paul Revere's drunk cousin. The flare arcs, a blood-red comet dissolving in mist. Radio static coughs to life, a voice gargling through interference. Mayday propulsion lost. The keeper yanks the plug. Better to die dignified than beg in Norwegian. He tosses the cord out a crack. Let the wind eat their pleas. Cold numbs your toes. Floorboards weep condensation. You stamp, he whirls, finger to lips. Hear that? Bulkheads weeping. Ship's got 5 minutes before the rocks give her a hickey. The lamp's beam slices the fog, illuminating rivets, peeling paint, terror. A lifeboat plunges, screams, swallowed by the chop. The keeper pivots the lamp, hot glass, singing his fingerprints. See the figurehead. Woman with a parakeet. Bet the designer owed money to a brothel. The bird's carved eye glints, judging your life choices. Something explodes below, thunder underwater. The tower trembles, salt crystals rain from the rafters. He grips your shoulder. Boilers saying goodnight. Stay sharp, last gasps when the ghosts come recruiting. Shadows congeal on the stairs, silhouettes in sou'westers, dripping resignation. Dawn claws through the gloom, a nicotine-stained yawn. The freighter list's deck slanting like a funhouse floor. The keeper mumbles through his beard. P and O line should have hired the Somalis. At least pirates have table manners. A wave avalanches over the bow, white foam gnashing at smokestacks. Men scramble ants on a maple seed. He flicks off the lamp. Done. Either they'll beach soft or join the bone buffet. 50-50, same odds as my second marriage. Binoculars reveal a deckhand, puking his breakfast, fluorescing in the half-light. Radar dishes spin useless as a theologian in a brothel. The keeper spits. Rotted their brains with GPS. Forgot how to read tied thimbles. He slaps a wall-mounted gadget, brass dials, spiderwebs. 1916 invention, measured fog density by sheep farts, worked better than this digital crap. Hulls shriek, a sound felt in the molars. The keeper slumps into his chair, boots propped on a hydrant-stamped Titanic III. Relax, she's hitting the Butterfinger banks, sand softer than a banker's conscience. A crunch reverberates, every seagull in Kent orgasms in unison. Silence. Then gulls. Always the gulls. He unbuttons his vest, reveals a tattoo of Winston Churchill riding a manatee. Lost bet in 82. Still think Maggie Thatcher cheated at darts. The ink's faded, Churchill cigar now resembles a sea cucumber. You sag against the railing, adrenaline replaced by bone gravy. He lobs you a licorice rope, vintage 1996. Found it in a message buoy. Proof God wants us diabetic. It snaps like a twig, tastes of regret and cardamom. Waves retreat, taking their plunder. The keeper studies the wreck through his scope. Flags say Luxembourgish. Bet the captain's tweeting about customer service right now. Sure enough, a blinking iPhone floats by, screen cracked but lit. 1 star, would not shipwreck again. Fog unravels, revealing a shore layered with driftwood and hubris. He descends without a word, keys jangling. You follow each step, a convention of aches. At the cellar door, he pauses. Southampton Maritime Museum's got a lifebelt from the Baltic. Smells of Chanel and bad decisions. Historians still argue whether the captain's mistress was buried in it. The lock grumbles, open stench of mildew and existential despair wafts out. He lights a hurricane lamp, flame reflected in eyes older than tides. Sleep here, ignore the sobbing. It's just the Basingstoke Boys' Choir. Drowned en route to a competition, still practicing their scales. WWII-era caught, its stains defy taxonomy. He exits, humming Nearer My God to Thee in the key of spite. Outside, the ruined freighter creaks, its hull composing a death rattle sonata. You curl up, coat pulled over your head like a shroud. Somewhere, a ghostly tenor hits a perfect C-sharp. You pray for deafness. The lighthouse beam sweeps over you, a cold, clean sword through the dark. Dawn leaks gray, not the golden triumph postcards promise. More like God smeared a used teabag across the sky. You shuffle across the cove, boots crunching pulverized shells into pearly dust. The keeper squats by a tide pool, prodding a jellyfish carcass with his pipe. 900 men died here in the '53 flood, he mutters. North sees a bitch who collects interest. A hermit crab evicts itself from a toothpaste cap, its new condo bearing a Colgate logo. Littered across the tide line, splintered mahogany, a prosthetic leg left, and a Rubbermaid bin labeled Brian's Yacht Club socks. The keeper kicks the leg. It wobbles like a drunken flamingo. Found Queen Victoria's bloomers here once. Authenticated by the British Museum. Then they revoked it 'cause I stored 'em in pickle brine. Seabirds squabble over a waterlogged teddy bear. Its button eye winks at you with moldy judgment. He stoops, plucks an amber bottle from the kelp, holds it to the light. A murky sludge sloshes inside. 1920s bootleg gin. They shipped it in piano crates. Customs agents got tone deaf on purpose. The cork pops with a necrotic sigh. He sniffs, recoils. Tastes like turpentine and regret. Want a swig? You decline. He shrugs, takes a gulp anyway. Somewhere offshore, the wrecked freighter belches bubbles, its final flatulent requiem. The keeper spits into the foam. Insurance job, bet my left kidney. Captain's probably sipping mojitos in Majorca right now. Historians still argue whether the SS Marion sank in '32 due to sabotage or 12 tons of smuggled alpacas. The keeper's theory: Dumbass with a sextant and a Dick Tracy comic, you pocket a shard of blue and white porcelain, likely Ming Dynasty, definitely from someone's tacky bathroom remodel. The keeper side-eyes your find. That's how curses start. Next thing you know, your Netflix account glitches during Titanic. He lobs a mussel shell. It skips 7 times before a wave swallows it. Beat my record. Last Tuesday, I hit 13. Then the tide cheated. Sunlight slants through the bluff, a rusty scalpel slicing through marine layer. The keeper crouches, brine-soaked fingers tracing a scar in the sand. Oil pipeline explosion in 88. Melted this stretch into glass. Found a flip-flop fossilized in the crust. 6 toes. Donated it to Ripley's. They called it dubious. His laugh rasps like a zipper on wet denim. A drone buzzes overhead. Beast Tech bro toy violating the sanctity of seagull airspace. The keeper whips out a slingshot, loads it with a stale licorice nub, copyrighted the coastline in 99. Legal to shoot trespassers if they're under 5'4". The drone zips away, its cowardly hum fading eastward. He gestures to a mossy boulder, its surface pockmarked with barnacles. Proposal Rock. 17 sailors got engaged here. 16 got jilted. The 17th married a mermaid legal in Wales till 1803. You squint, swear the stone glows faintly. Could be bioluminescent algae. Could be romantic propaganda. The keeper peels off his boots, socks mummified to his calves. His toes resemble raisins stored in a gym bag. Frostbite from the 96 blizzard. Lost 3 toenails, regrew 'em green. Photosynthesized in summer, he wiggles them, a grotesque hydroponic experiment. Waves retreat, exposing a ship's bell crusted in gooseneck barnacles. The keeper hefts it. Ding-dong reverberates across the bay. HMS Cockatrice sank carrying chocolate for Napoleon's coronation. Crew ate it all, mutinied for laxatives. His breath smells of pickled eggs and existential disappointment. You notice claw marks on a nearby cliff, parallel grooves, deeper than grief. The keeper lights a cigarette off a magnesium strip. Saber-toothed whales, extinct 9,000 years back. County council denies it, too busy banning plastic straws. Ash flutters into the tide, a ghostly snow for ghostly fish. By noon, the cove bakes, a microwave set to lukewarm leftovers. The keeper unfolds a lawn chair, duct-taped to sentience. It creaks, a sound puberty would make if it were furniture. He tosses you a Coke bottle, bloated with seaweed, time capsule from Brighton Beach. Contains a love note, Viagra, and 7 krill. Don't ask which is oldest. Shadows lengthen, the lighthouse beacon yawns awake. He stands, joints popping like Orville Redenbacher's Revenge. Low tide in 20. Want to see the real casualty? You follow him toward a jagged outcrop, its belly glinting, with rusted hull plates. The keeper runs a hand across corroded steel, fingerprints erased by salt. Coal hauler from Cardiff. Cargo manifest listed teacups. Opened the hold 19 panzer tanks. Wars full of creative accountants. A crab sidles past, clutching a human molar in its claw. The keeper nods. George from accounting. Nice guy. Bad dental plan. He lobs the tooth into the surf, a snack for the undertow. As twilight bruises the horizon, he vanishes into the tower, returns with 2 Spam sandwiches. The mayo's expired. Its expiration date reading before Spotify. You chew texture akin to maritime legal documents. He smirks. Gourmet compared to WWII rations. 8 Spam flavored with cigarette ashes once. Called it Marlboro Light when the first star pulses to life Polaris. Or maybe a Southwest Airlines flight. He lights a bonfire. Driftwood crackles, sending embers swirling like burning credit scores. The keeper stokes the flames with a taxidermied albatross, stuffed it myself. Eyes are bottle caps. Wingspan beats my ex-wife's alimony demands. You curl by the fire, sand migrating into every orifice. The keeper hums a sea shanty, off-key, and missing 3 verses, somewhere beyond the breakers. The freighter's corpse settles deeper, its grave marked by a seagull defecating with gusto. The lighthouse beam swings, eternal metronome. The keeper pokes the flames, a smirk cutting through his beard. Tomorrow's high tide brings fresh idiots. Grab sleep while you can. Got a bet with a tsunami in the AM. You close your eyes. Waves hiss the same lullaby they sang to Atlantis. Some truths stay drowned. Others wash up coated in shell fragments and lies. You blink awake to the clatter of tin mugs, the keeper's version of an alarm clock. Dawn licks the horizon pale and apologetic. He's already poring over tide charts, yellowed parchment, dotted with tea stains, and what might be dried seagull vomit, whole life plotted between high water and low. He grumbles. Queen Victoria's Navy paid drunk mathematicians to invent these tables, still more accurate than your smartphone GPS. Steam curls from your mug, liquid smells like seaweed and tax evasion. You sip, regret it immediately. Earl Grey meets Ark Survivor, he says, grinning. Boiled with kelp for electrolytes. Or maybe I just lost a bet. His finger stabs a chart, nails blackened with engine grease. See this squiggle? That's the Thames flood of '94. Drowned 6 MPs and a brothel full of aristocrats. Tides don't care about titles. The tide clock ticks above the stove, its brass pendulum swaying like a hypnotized pirate. Historians still argue whether King Alfred's fleet missed the Danish ships in 892 because of spring tides or collective incompetence. The keeper's take, probably buzzed on mead and bad decision-making, same as my cousin's wedding. He slams open a ledger, pages crackle like stale bread. 3 hours, 11 minutes till the next low. That's when the real show starts. A pressed flower tumbles out crumbling petals that once bloomed during the Crimean War. Found that near a cannonball. Romantic fools wrote letters with flower ink, then got disemboweled by shrapnel. Priorities. Your chair splinters under one elbow, a death trap masquerading as furniture. He tosses you a cushion stuffed with fishing net. Bournemouth lifeguards used this in '56. Saved 7 tourists, lost 16 to jellyfish stings. Draw your own conclusions. Through salt-caked windows, the bay shimmers, deceptive calm. The keeper unrolls a map from the Boer War era, coastline mutated by a century of erosion. Used to be a pub here, he jabbers, stabbing at a ghostly inlet. Ale brewed with oyster shells. Served rum to drowning sailors, charged double once they started hallucinating. You spot a photo pinned under a magnetized wrench, a Victorian contraption bristling with cogs. Tide-predicting machine from 1893, he says. Weighed 2 tons, crushed its inventor during a demo. Models nowadays use satellites. I prefer gears, they've got rage. Outside, gulls scream at a crab stealing their breakfast. The keeper lobs a tea bag, misses by miles. 18th century captains carried caged canaries to predict storms. Birds would faint before the barometer dropped, sold as feathered barometers. Most died of motion, sickness first. He yanks open a drawer, tide logs spill across the floor. 30 years of data. Could have been a professor, but universities hate the smell of low tide. His laugh hacks through the room like a misfiring engine. The clock dings. He's up, boots crunching toward the door. Low tide waits for no one. Neither does gangrene. You follow him down a shale path, your socks already hostages to the mud. Missed parts to reveal a submerged ship's figurehead, a mermaid with algae curling from her wooden lips. SS Hebe, he croaks. Ran aground hauling French perfume. Crew got drunk on samples, woke up married to each other in Calais. Wavelets retreat, exposing a rusted anchor chain. He stabs it with a crowbar. Roman era. Took me a decade to date it, checked the rust isotopes. Archaeologists called it unorthodox. I called it not getting paid to care. Sand squelches underfoot, each step uncovers a new tragedy. A child's porcelain doll, a musket ball, a wedding ring etched with MB and AS 1912. Titanic passenger, maybe, he mutters, or some poor sod who bought it at a pawnshop. History's a thrift store. All the tags fall off eventually. You pause at a spiraled shell, its interior iridescent. The keeper squints. Nautilus. Been around 500 million years. Survival strategy. Hide from everything, including scientists. He pockets it, adds to the jar of maybe useful items on his desk. Waves return first gently, then with the fervor of a repossession agent. The keeper checks his watch, a corroded diver's model from the 70s. Never trust a digital tide chart. They're like politicians, all promises and dead batteries. Back at the tower, he unveils his masterpiece, a homemade tide predictor cobbled from bicycle chains and an old seismograph. Predicts swells based on lunar anxiety. He deadpans. It whirs, spits out a paper scroll covered in eldritch symbols. Says, we're due a tsunami next Thursday. Or a really aggressive kayaker as noon bleaches the sky. He fries mackerel on a hubcap gourmet cuisine when you're half-starved. 1930s survival guide said you could live on plankton and regret. Tried it for a month. Now I'm banned from 3 all-you-can-eat buffets. The tide clock dings again. Its rhythm syncs with the lighthouse beam. You feel it in your molars, a subsonic hum connecting seabed to skull. The keeper lights a pipe. Tobacco smells like burnt archives. Funny thing about tides, he murmurs. They'll drown you or deliver treasure. Either way, you're just a spectator. When the mackerel's gone, reduced to bones and existential doubt, he slides a stained notebook across the table. Turn to page 42. You find pressed hollyhocks and a shopping list. Matches, turpentine, forgiveness. Beneath it, in shaky script, Moon is lying about the tides again. He stokes the stove. Embers paint shadows that dance like drunken sailors. Outside, the sea keeps its schedule, relentless, indifferent, already erasing your footprints from the shore. Low tide peels back the sea like a scab, revealing ribs of something ancient. Bone arches rise from kelp beds, a cathedral of rot and salt. The keeper kneels, salt-stiff jeans grinding into sand as he brushes debris from a vertebrae. Leviathan from Bishop Rock's graveyard, he rasps. 1893, same storm that sank the Admiral von Tromp. They harvested blubber for lamp oil, left the rest for gulls. You touch a barnacled rib, your fingerprints lost among decades of calcified worms. Vikings butchered whales here, he says. Used iron axes to hack off fat, blubber boiled in bronze cauldrons, bigger than your student debt. A crab scuttles through the hollow curve of a jawbone, tenant rights ignored. Waves hiss nearby, eager to reclaim their exhibit. The keeper pries a seal skull from the muck. 19th century corset factories paid good coin for baleen, called it whalebone to sound classy. Women wore extinct species as lingerie. He tosses the skull. It clatters into a tide pool like bad punctuation. Historians still argue whether Viking longhouses used whale vertebrae as foundation stones. The keeper's verdict, probably tripped on a ribcage, blamed the mead. He kicks sand from a curved bone 6 feet long and pitted by shipworms. They say the Jomsvikings built a throne from sperm whale teeth. Not sure I'd trust a king who literally sat on death's leftovers. You find a tooth wedged in limestone, serrated edge still hungry. Carcharodontosaurus. You guess. The keeper snorts. Not everything's a dinosaur. This friend is a mako shark's incisor. Sank into a whaler's leg in 1802. They buried him with it. Grisly retirement gift. Sunlight bleaches the skeleton, turning ivory into glare. The keeper unearths a rusted harpoon tip, Greener's patent from 1874, designed to explode inside the whale because regular slaughter wasn't dramatic enough. He licks the metal, regrets it. Still tastes like vengeance and tetanus. Mussel shells crack underfoot, each step a miniature apocalypse. You spot a row of vertebrae trailing into deep water, an escaped spine fleeing its exhibit. Finish the story yourself, the keeper murmurs. Nature's always mid-sentence. He wrenches a rib loose, splinters raining down. Local lads used these for football goals in the 30s. Scored a goal, got syphilis from the bone marrow. School sports have standards now. Sand shifts, the skeleton groans as the tide muscles back in. Pocketing a tooth, he nods toward the cliffs. Victorian tourists stole bones as souvenirs, wrote Gothic poetry on train rides home. Most died of bone rot before reaching Paddington. His boot sinks in kelp, squelching like wet cereal. Romanticism's a great career for morticians. You pause at a half-buried skull, orbits wider than dinner plates. The keeper slaps its temple. This guy heard the Cretaceous finale. Now he's an airman for barnacles. Circle of life, if the circle's drawn by a drunk. Shadows stretch tides encore minutes away. The keeper shakes sand from his cuffs. 13 wrecks within spitting distance. One had a cargo of rubber ducks still washing up in Florida. He flicks a mussel shell at the horizon. Ocean's a messy eater. Drops crumbs across continents. Water licks your ankles cold and insistent. The keeper retreats, crunching over crab shells. They dredged a mammoth tusk here in 22. Town mayor used it as an umbrella stand until his wife filed for divorce. Gulls fight over a stranded eel, feathers, and spite. You glance back. The skeleton sinks into murk, kelp swaying like funeral veils. Next low tide, it'll show a different scar, he says. Sees shit at keeping secrets. He pats the lighthouse key in his pocket, iron against thigh. Somewhere below, the mammoth tusk gathers silt. The harpoon rusts, and the whale's last echo dissolves into brine. You climb the bluff, sand abandoning your shoes, as the sea rewrites the shore behind you. The lighthouse key grinds in its lock, your palms still salty from the whalebone graveyard. Inside, mildew and kerosene punch your nose. Grandma's attic, if she hoarded storm warnings. The keeper fumbles a tin box from a soot-stained shelf. A photograph flutters. A woman waves from a rowboat, skirt billowing like a rogue sail. 1956, he says. Same summer. The SS Orion snapped its anchor chain, crushed 3 fishing skiffs in Whitstable Harbor. His thumb lingers on her smile edges, nibbled by time. Met her painting watercolors of shipwrecks, said drowning things deserved one pretty portrait. Rain taps the lens overhead, liquid Morse code. You note her polka dot scarf, same pattern as the lighthouse's warning flags. Brazen lass, he mutters. Stole my coffee ration to mix paints. Turned every storm into a damn art exhibit. Historians still argue whether the Orion's captain drowned or swam ashore incognito. The keeper's version's simpler. He points to the photo's background. There, blurred behind the rowboat, a shadow could be a mast, or just bad lighting. He slumps into a chair, springs squealing like gulls. December 9th. Gale comes howling. His finger draws a spiraling nosedive in the air. She rowed out at low tide, wanted to sketch waves from the dragon's mouth. The tin box yields a water-stained menu, bouillabaisse circled in charcoal. Last supper at the Mariner's Rest. Waitress swore she left alone. But the bill, he flips it over, 2 sets of cutlery sketched in the margins. Either a date, or she really liked forks. Moth-eaten gloves cradle a perfume vial, labels scrubbed off by seawater. Washed up in her satchel a week later. Smell it. Go on. You uncork decayed roses and gasoline, a fragrance cosmopolitan would call tragic ingenue. He taps the window where waves shred moonlight into tinsel. Lifeboat crew found her easel floating. Self-portrait half done, left eye just missing. Like the sea got impatient. Your elbow bumps a signal lamp, red gel cap clatters away. Coast Guard blamed riptides. I say it was the damn pipers of sorrow. At your blank stare, he rolls his eyes. Old yarn. Sailors swore mermaids played fiddle tunes to lure widows overboard. Harmless bullshit, until someone drowns humming Greensleeves. 3 briny tea bags plop into mugs. Her sister mailed me letters, postmarked from Zanzibar. Had a phase. He sloshes hot water, it's mostly reminiscent of puddles. 1 envelope spills dried starfish, your teaspoon prods a leg. Faked her death to study eels in Zanzibar. Still gets Christmas cards from her. The photo trembles as he retapes a corner. Town wanted to name a bench after her. I suggested a urinal. Grief makes anarchists of us all. You nod at the 2 forks doodle. Any chance, he barks a laugh. With the waitress, I tracked her down in '84. She sells taxidermied voles on eBay. Turns out trauma's a flimsy alibi. Rain accelerates, needling the glass. The keeper cranks up a wind-up gramophone. A soprano warbles, his face sags. Our song, La Mer, French for overpriced seawater. The record skips, infinite looping of the word blue. He eases the needle off. Silence throbs harder. 60 winters. Doctor says I've got 10 left. So does the prostate exam. A rusty chuckle told him I'll outlive every pissing crab on this shore. Outside, brine scours the cliffs, same teeth that took her. The keeper stashes the tin box. Your cocoa's gone cold, slimy skin forming continents on the surface. He nods at the sludge. Prime example of Pangea. Sip it before Antarctica drifts away. When the storm dies, you'll find him on the Widow's Walk, a silhouette tearing bread for gulls. Each crumb arcs into darkness, brief comets swallowed by the same black that took her polka dots, her stolen coffee, her one unblinking eye on the unfinished canvas. You don't ask if he still loves her. The lighthouse beam sweeps over your face, answer enough. The keeper's breadcrumbs still fleck your hair as you descend. Cold iron stairs bite through your soles. Oil reservoirs gurgle below each third step, triggers a belch of rancid spermaceti. You pause. 19th century whalers rendered this fat for lamps before kerosene. Modern guides never mention how Lighthouse stairs smell like a whale's last hiccup. He's already polishing the Fresnel lens. Prism ridges glow under his rag. 36 hours till wick rotation, he mutters. Napoleon's engineers designed these, axis angles stolen from Egyptian sundials. His breath fogs the glass, a temporary eclipse. You squint at the warped bedroom upside down in the lens. Your head floats where the coal stove should be. Wicks hiss, thick with beeswax from a village, eradicated by the Blitz. He trims charred threads, the scissors click like a crab's pincers. War Department ordered blackouts in 43. Keepers burned pig fat instead, stank like Satan's bacon. A wax blob plops onto the logbook. Lancaster bomber coordinates bleed into illegibility. Historians still argue whether coastal stewards relayed Nazi submarine positions or just liked glowing pork grease. The beam ignites, phosphorus blue at its core. You flinch, your shadow slams against copper pipes like a vaudeville pratfall. He snorts. Relax, it's seen worse. Royal engineers installed this during the Gallipoli panic, sent the wrong paperwork. Lens arrived with Turkish assembly instructions. His boot taps a rusted crate. Ottoman script peels under salt rot. Wind sneaks through a cracked pane. The flame shivers. He splashes whale oil from a canteen. Its viscosity reminds you of molasses wrestling a snowman. Marconi's first radio transmission bounced off this beam in 97. Morse code for S, 3 dots. Helpful as a drunk semaphore. You blink, suddenly hearing every lighthouse pulse as an infinite SOS. Pressure gauges wheeze, brass needles waggle like metronomes. He unscrews a vent. Black soot avalanches onto his boots. Weekly tradition since 22. Fire a pistol shot up the duct, scare off pipe spiders. You consider the revolver on his desk, its grip notched with hash marks. Quirky tidbit, Victorian keepers believed arachnids caused lens distortions. Modern janitors just call it bad housekeeping. You lean into the rotating light, your cheek numb from the glass's hum. He yanks you back. Lost a curator that way in 78. Now the beam's got a permanent nose smudge. The heat leaves a tinnitus whine, like tea kettles gossiping underwater. Reservoir levels dip. He curses in Cornish. A hand crank siphons oil from a drum labeled emergency. YOMKIPPUR war. Your biceps burn each rotation, tightens the flame's throat. The keeper inspects the flow, nodding as golden ropes slither through quartz tubes. Arab-Israeli conflict funded half these upgrades. Funny how doom keeps the lights on. Midnight scrapes against the lens. Each degree turned ratchets your spine. He wipes sweat with a WWII gas mask rag. Moth holes align with his nostrils. Your turn. You grip the winding key. Its teeth bite like a moray eel. 1 rotation, gears shriek. 2, your tendons howl. 3, the keeper slaps your wrist. Overwind this, and we'll relive the Hindenburg. But with more seagull casualties. Dawn's first slit bleeds through. Hull silhouettes dot the horizon. He throttles the flame, a gasp of indigo smoke. The beam fades. Its final sweep grazes your earlobe. Warmth lingers, a phantom caress from all the hands that tended this glass. You exhale, air reeks of burnt patience and third shift futility. He weaves through junk piles, each relic a punctuation mark in maritime code. You pocket a discarded wick trimmings, charcoal snakes for future campfires. The keeper catches you, grins through oil-smeared stubble. Take more. They're excellent for writing breakup letters. Ashes make the "I'm over you" sting sharper. Salt crusts the windows, light fractures into salmon streaks. He rubs the lens's central prism, fingerprints evaporate. You swear the glass hums, a B-flat too low for human ears. It's singing the Titanic's last playlist, he deadpans. Or maybe my prostate's just resonant today. Boats flicker on the horizon, their masts thorny as polygraph needles. The keeper resets the draft excluder. Shredded newspapers from the Suez crisis rustle in the seals. You watch his reflection in the dormant lens, face warped by a century of engineering errors. His eyes stay fixed on the eastern quadrant where she vanished. Oil drums clang. Someone must refill them. The floor vibrates, maybe a tanker's engine, maybe your legs forgetting how gravity works. He lights a hand-rolled cigar, its wrapper torn from a wanted Soviet spy's leaflet. Smoke coils mix with prism fractals, your vision warps. You don't ask why he stays. The lighthouse answers for him, a muffled heartbeat under tons of Victorian iron. Its next rotation begins at dusk, 18,000 candela, slicing through maritime obituaries. The keeper yawns, stretching like a barnacle deciding to walk. Together, you watch the cove spit out another dawn, a half-chewed promise. Brine crystallizes on the handrail, fragile architecture. He flicks a salt shard. It arcs into the wind, gone before hitting the rocks. You mimic him, your projectile nails a cormorant. It squawks, avian profanity. Better aim, he advises. Every lighthouse needs a mascot. Coal shovels lean against the tide chart, their handles notched with winters survived. He sweeps soot into a dustbuster from the Reagan-era. Its whine sinks with the barometer's moan. You bag the debris, black silt stains your cuffs. Mail that to my ex-wife, he says. Her lawyer wants another deposition. Shadows stretch, slate-gray fingers clawing up the cliffs. The keeper oils the rotation gears, each cog a tooth in some leviathan's jaw. The smell of WD-40 merges with the sea ascent, as conflicting as his loyalty to a ghost. You peep through the lens, world bent into a fishbowl. He slaps the glass, reality snaps back. Don't get ideas. Bent light makes even priests question the Trinity. Logbooks pile, leather spines cracked like dried kelp. He inks today's entry, a single sentence, beam held. You add a postscript, Antarctica still drifting in the cocoa. He nods, stamps the page with a seal from Churchill's ration office. The eternal flame hiccups once, its resurrection postponed till dusk. You exit, stairs creak their relief under lighter feet. Below, waves stitch foam into lace, each curl a botched suture. He lingers, fingering the prism's heartbeat. You know he'll stand here till the light reboots. A sentinel tethered to a pulse older than radio static. French chanteuses, polka dot ghosts. Descending feels like leaving a cathedral. Air thick with spent prayers and kerosene. Your pupils shrink, dawn's glare flays the cove raw. At the base, you glance up. He's a smudge against the lens. The keeper salutes, hand angled like a ship's prow. You return the gesture, pinky extended. Anarchist's code, he'd called it earlier. Gravel crunches underfoot. The lighthouse shrinks in your periphery. Its beam still brands your spine, warmth lingering where the glass kissed your cheek. Gravel grinds under your boots. Each step carries the lighthouse's hum in your marrow. Dawn spills across the cove. Waves chew yesterdays, storm into froth. Wooden hulls emerge, their nets fan like spider silk over pewter water. A trawler's diesel coughs, approaching the stone quay older than steam engines. The keeper presses a hand to your shoulder. His palm radiates decades of kerosene burns. Wait for the third horn, he rasps. Early boats bring either miracles or customs officers. Fishermen toss ropes thick as anacondas, their boots crusted with scales from a midnight haul. One shouts a greeting in a dialect last printed in 1902. The keeper mutters blessings under his breath, words warped by Norse invasions and Methodist hymnals. You catch St. Elmo's fire and macrolide saints, phrases salt-cured by 6 generations of sea dog lips. A teen deckhand hoists a crate, silver herring glisten like cursed cutlery. Used to haul 5 tons daily, the keeper sighs. The Hanseatic League built this quay for herring taxes, blood money for Baltic kings. His boot prods a rusted cleat. An inch of European history crumbles into the tide. Boats rock in unison, a rhythm older than compass roses. Nets bloom underwater, ghostly parachutes sinking to trap what the storm churned up. The captain shouts something about a turtle the size of a bathtub. Crewmates laugh, but their eyes dart to the horizon. Quirky tidbit, fishermen once painted hulls blue to mimic the sky, thought it confused whales. Nowadays, they just hope it confuses tax auditors. The keeper peels an orange, citrus sing, cuts through diesel fumes. He tosses rinds to gulls, each bird named after ships lost off Dogger Bank. Petrel, there's the Marlowe's Folly, sank carrying a circus elephant in 24. Jellyfish ate the peanuts. A bird dive bombs his cap. He swears in gutter Gaelic. You inhale brine and machine oil, nostrils sticky from the cocktail. A fisherman offers smoked eel. Its skin crackles like papyrus. The keeper declines. Ate one in 83, tasted like a bicycle tire. Still dream about it during Lent. His knife scrapes barnacles off the dock. Metallic screeches punctuate seagull squabbles. A corked bottle surfaces beside the trawler, label bleached to a birth certificate's pallor. The crew debates opening it. The keeper barks a warning. His voice carves through fog. 1910 vintage. Could be typhoid or some divorcee's apology letter. A deckhand lobs it back, glass cracks against the hull's scarred flank. Tar-stained hands pass a flask. Contents smell like Christmas and bad decisions. The keeper sips, winces. Norwegian aquavit. Burns clean like drinking a shaved reindeer. You cough, your esophagus files a formal protest. Low tide exposes mossy chains, relics of a Victorian seaweed farm. The keeper prods them with a driftwood staff. Harvested for iodine, Napoleon's army needed it for gunpowder. Fishermen got rich till the Prussians found cheaper methods. He chuckles a sound like gravel in a tin can. War giveth, war taketh away. Crates pile, the harbor master arrives, ledger in hand. His fountain pen leaks, indigo splotches mimic octopus ink. The keeper whispers, that man's great-granddad certified the Titanic's lifeboats. Family curse, he'll only date women who can tread water. Buckets clang, deckhands sluice fish, guts into the drink. The keeper avoids the crimson sluice. You don't ask why. His gaze snags on a widow, pacing the cliff path, black shawl flapping like a cormorant's throat. Historians still argue whether medieval fishermen rang church bells underwater to disorient fish or summon storms. Current evidence suggests they just wanted to annoy mermaids. Sun climbs, your shadow shrinks into a submissive puddle. The keeper palms you a token, pressed copper, from a Georgian whaling company. For the ferry, he says, Karen's rates went up with inflation. Motors growl, boats retreat into the glare. Nets drip abandoned constellations, jellyfish tentacles, shrimp eyes, a single rubber boot. The keeper watches the widow vanish behind a gorse thicket. He recites a verse you half remember from a pirate ballad, something about eyes being compass needles. You pocket the ferry token. It thrums against your thigh. The lighthouse yawns behind you, its pupil dilating. As dusk gathers strength, fishermen's laughter echoes, a sound frayed by salt, and the knowledge that today's catch could sink by morning. Wind tugs the widow's shawl westward, black fabric fraying into the salt brittle gorse. The keeper crumbles week-old rye bread, palm upturned like a dockyard alms bowl. Gulls swarm, their cries jagged as broken ship bells. That gray one's HMS Calypso, he rasps, ran aground carrying porcelain chamber pots for Queen Victoria's Jubilee. Lobsters pilfered the lot, held a fancy tea party 50 fathoms down. You squint, the bird's beak gleams blue-black. Dyed from squid ink, he nods. Medieval sailors thought gulls carried drowned men's souls. Toss them crumbs, you're either paying respects or bribing a ghost to spare your ship. His laugh rattles, a chain dragged through wet sand. A juvenile gull lands, one leg twisted like a corkscrew. Lady Aliner, the keeper murmurs, ironclad steamer sank in 38, coal cargo so dense. It pulled the crew down faster than their prayers. The bird pecks his boot, leaving a briny asterisk on the leather. Mainstream 19th century lighthouse keepers often logged seabird migrations, to predict storms. This one tracks shipwrecks instead. Quirky Victorian aquariums paid fishermen in whisky for live anglerfish until the fish starting exploding in captivity. The keeper pockets a molted feather for sharpening quills. Ink flows smoother when it's pissed off. A gust sweeps the cliff, breadcrumbs swirl like shrapnel. He grips the rail, knuckles matching the limestone's iodine stains. That screecher, there's the Bonnie Grace. Lost 17 men to a squall off Skagen Reef. Captain's last entry. Swan dive into hell, send whiskey. The gull circles twice. Dive ease for a crab carcass wedged in the rocks. You mention Darwin's theory on gull intelligence. The keeper snorts. Flew with one once, 3 days straight through a nor'easter. Smart enough to steer clear of my cooking, at least. His thumb rubs a groove in the railing, weather-worn from a century of griping hands. 3 gulls tussle over a fish spine. Sibling rivalry, he grunts. Those be the ardent Pembroke and Star of Bengal, all wrecked the same night in '89. Still fighting over who gets the last lifeboat. One bird retreats, wings clipped by a rival's beak. Historians still argue whether Tudor navies trained gulls as messengers, or just enjoyed watching bureaucrats get defecated on. Evidence leans toward the latter. The keeper whistles a shrill note that silences the flock. Mariner's compass went down in a mutiny. Crew voted the captain into the bilge. Pity, he couldn't tread water. He tosses a crust. The named gull snaps it midair. Dusk thickens. The birds fade into ashy silhouettes. The keeper lingers on one, smaller and quieter. Annie, he says. No ship name follows. You count the pulse in your temples, 32 beats before he blinks. She brings barnacles for my soup. Terrible cook, that woman. His boots shift, pebbles skitter toward the drop-off. An oil tanker's horn blares, gulls scatter like shrapnel. The keeper watches their panic. 17 knot winds from the east, he murmurs. Annie'll be back come moonset. Those wings never could resist a headwind. You pocket a stray feather, barbules cling to your fingers like nautical maps. The lighthouse ignites. Its beam swats the gulls inland. Their cries thin into whispers, the keeper's lips moving in tandem. Etching ship manifests into the fog. The tide retreats, a sulking child dragging its fingers through wet sand. 37 minutes past the predicted ebb. The keeper mutters Atlantic currents are getting cheeky. You kneel, rust blooms across an iron plate, half buried in the muck. Barnacles crust its edges, tiny helmets from battles nobody recorded. SS Blackthorn, he says, boot tapping the metal. Coal hauler out of Cardiff. Hit the reef Christmas Eve, 1904. Sank slower than a drunk vicar's sermon. His pocket knife scrapes rust, flakes spiral like dead leaves. Captain ignored the fog bell, chased a bonus for docking before midnight. 23 men. 23 stockings left hung. Rainwater pools in the wreck's crevices, your reflection wavers. Something glints, a bolt wedged between rivets. The keeper pries it loose. This, he spits on the corrosion. Part of the engine shaft. Snapped clean when the boilers flooded. 3 crew got scalded raw as butchered hogs before the cold took 'em. The metal clicks against his ring. A jar materializes from his coat, already holding nails, a porthole hinge, a monocle lens. Mainstream 19th century coal haulers jettisoned cargo to avoid sinking, creating black icebergs that sank other ships. Quirky divers once found a perfectly preserved Christmas pudding in the Blackthorn's galley. Fork still stuck upright. Open debate. Maritime historians still argue whether the captain ignored warnings from nausea or greed. The keeper votes greed. You trace the hull's curve your nail catches on a bolt hole. Why collect failures? The jar's glass mutes his scoff. Failures are the only honest tutors. That monocle belonged to Blackthorn's navigator, corrected his eyesight, but not his spine. Jumped ship first chance, left the others to pray. He licks salt off the bolt, tosses it in. The sound echoes a penny down a well. Low tide stink intensifies rotten kelp and diesel residue. A crab emerges from the wreck, claws pinching a coal fragment. See that? 10 generations of crustaceans born in engine slag. Tougher than naval cadets. The keeper flicks the crab's shell. It retreats, a soldier into a trench. Waves first mate your silence. He sighs. The jar vanishes back into his coat. Wife had a cousin on the Blackthorn. Last letter blamed the captain's whisky breath for reckless course changes. Might thrown the bottle at him if she could have afforded postage. His thumb rubs the monocle through the glass. Failed her too, I suppose. Sand shifts. Another plate emerges. Engraved letters surface. Property of sea, the rest devoured by brine. The keeper crouches, forehead nearly touching the metal. Cunard, Collinson, could be anything. Ships rename faster than sinners at confession. His breath fogs the rust. Might been a buoy tender. Or a rum runner's decoy. Histories just gossip that forgot to die. You spot a crab clutching a porcelain shard, willow-patterned china from the keeper's tea set. He confiscates it, prying tiny legs off with surgical care. This served Earl Grey to a bishop's mistress in 92. Now it's a crustacean's coffee table. Promotion or demotion depends on your view of bishops. The shard joins the jar, his pockets clank with sorrows. A child's marble rolls from a crevice, cobalt glass clouded by decades. The keeper holds it to the light. Had one just like this, 70 years back, dropped it down the lighthouse stairwell, chased the damn thing for 3 floors. His chuckle dies as the marble joins the collection. Not everything lost wants finding. The tide returns, first in timid licks, then hungry gulps. Waves erase the Blackthorn's grave once more. The keeper stands, knees popping like ship rigging. Funny thing, he says, watching the water reclaim its secrets. That Christmas pudding. Fork stayed upright because the cook used it to stab the captain's portrait. Never told the salvage crews. Let him think it was a miracle. He turns uphill, jar rattling against his ribs. Failures need witnesses. Even if it's just a gull and a fool with a feather in his pocket. You glance down, the plumage from earlier still bristles against your lining. Its stem has split, a fracture map of every storm the keeper couldn't tame. The moon bleeds silver across tide pools. Their surfaces tremble as you crouch. Anemones pulse below, translucent tentacles curling like smoke in a breeze. They hunt when the water abandons them, the keeper says. His shadow stretches, a gaunt giant over the brine. Victorian fools built aquariums to display these, drained the color from them in a week. Your fingertip brushes a starfish, its grip gentler than a lover's hesitation. Purple veins spider across its arms, map lines to forgotten ports. Funeral directors once paid tuppence for these, he grunts. Threw 'em into coffins, thought they purified sins during sea burials. Didn't work. Most corpses washed up meaner than they died. A hermit crab lugging a periwinkle shell staggers past. The keeper flicks kelp from its path. Bet that's Reginald, he mutters. Keeps switching homes, upgraded from a bottle cap last Tuesday. Moonlight glints off the crab's borrowed spire, a tiny lighthouse in reverse. Salt crusts your knees as you lean closer. The keeper's hand darts, snatching a translucent shrimp mid-scuttle. Mesopelagic, he says, holding it to the moon, lives 90 fathoms down. Storm must have dragged it here, tourist, in its own nightmare. The creature thrashes, a bead of mercury, before he drops it back. Historians still argue whether ancient star maps charted tidal zones or constellations. The keeper votes constellations. Sailors couldn't navigate their way out of a puddle once ashore. You peer into a deeper pool. Its center swirls midnight blue. Something glides past your shadow, a flatfish's silver belly. Its migrated eye stares upward, a cyclops judging your intrusion. Place, the keeper says, tastes like Dover soles in bread cousin. Fishermen once thought their spots showed where mermaids kissed 'em. A wave licks the pool's edge, your reflection fractures into a dozen U's. The keeper huffs, saw a tourist take 87 selfies here once. Dropped his phone, chasing the perfect angle. He nods to the abyss. Still down there, flashlight shining like a drowned firefly. Your palm disrupts the water, ripples erase the moon's face. When it stills, a crab materializes, its claws sheathed in bubble armor. You jerk back. Edgar, the keeper, croaks, pretends to be seaweed till your shadow crosses him. The crab retreats, dissolving into the rocks. He wipes brine on his sleeve. 1883, biologists found anemones here, emitting light. Wrote papers, gave lectures, until locals admitted they dumped lantern oil for a laugh. His boot nudges an urchin. Science's just organized curiosity. Easier to mock than understand. Tidewater seeps into your cuffs, a cold kiss creeping up your wrists. The keeper extracts a penny from his coat. 1906 Liberty Head, he says. Fisherman's widow threw his coin collection here. Said the sea could finish his stupid obsession. He spins it on a rock, eagle glinting. I retrieve one each month. Keeps her curse circulating. A shiver runs through the pool, not from waves. Beneath the surface, shadows not egrets. Fish, your breath fogs the glassy water. The keeper grips your elbow. Don't lean deeper. Painter tried to capture the mystery in 54. Canvas mildewed before his easel packed. Moonlight shifts. The pool's edge reveals a beer bottle. Barnacles crust its neck, a decade's growth at least. Ah, the keeper murmurs. HMS Spiteful's contribution to marine Dacre. Drunk midshipman's aim outlived the empire. He leaves it lodged a monument to bad decisions. Something scrapes your palm, a scallop shell razored by currents. Its ridges mimic the lighthouse's stair grooves. Take it, the keeper says. Or don't, it'll outlast you either way. You pocket the relic, edges biting your thigh through denim. Waves return angrier now, reclaiming their transient gardens. Anemones shrink, tentacles recoiling into gelatinous fists. The keeper rises, spine crackling like driftwood. 90 seconds, till Edgar's kingdom floods. Best retreat before he drafts you as a moat monster. You stand tide pools, now just wet patches on basalt. The keeper scans the moonlit cove. 20th century biologists tried training octopuses here. Failed. Mollusks kept escaping tanks, crawled back to sea like jilted brides. His laugh carves valleys in the night. Some creatures refuse domestication. Thank Christ for that. Your scallop shell weighs heavier with each step uphill. Behind you, the sea sighs patient as a gambler waiting for the next mark. The keeper's boots echo ahead, each step a dull thunder in the narrow corridor. He stops where rusted hinges bite into stone. An iron ring materializes in his grip, 30 keys jangling like a drunkard's pocket change. 19th century keepers carried these till their belts bowed, he says. One key sways, its teeth gnawed by time. This one opened the foghorn shed. Been sealed since the 30s, horn's throat packed with swallow nests now. A salt-crusted door groans under his pull. Cold slithers out, air older than the lighthouse itself. Your breath frosts as you enter a vaulted room. Walls bristle with hooks, each bearing a tagged key. Tourists think they're souvenirs, he mutters. Tried to steal the brass warden's key in 87. Forgot gravity works on fools too. He unhooks a skeleton key longer than your hand. Stoker's gate, he rasps. Led to the coal chute. Men would shovel 12 hours straight, lungs blacker than a bishop's conscience. His thumb polishes the bow. Found this in a rat's nest. Cheaper than therapy, eh? Historians still argue whether Victorian lighthouse architects hid panic rooms or smuggling compartments. The keeper snorts. Both. Maritime law never met a bribe it didn't swallow. Your shoulder brushes a key labeled H, 1892. It chimes, a mournful B-flat. Ah, he says, harmony key. Fog season, keepers tuned these to warning bells. Drove the gulls half mad. He plucks a smaller key, its loop shaped like a barnacle. Fisherman's wife threw this into the sea after her man vanished. washed up here 6 years later. Corrosion's kinder than grief. He pauses at a drawer stuffed with wax-sealed envelopes, keys to rooms that don't exist anymore, he says. Third, keeper's quarters. Petrol observatory. Amputated when the damn automation came. A bitter smile cracks his face. Progress means losing locks faster than you can name 'em. You point to a key blackened by fire. He goes still. That's for the storm cellar. The air thickens, salted meat and mildew. 1894 schooner Lady's wreath shattered on the reef. 7 survivors, but his callus drags across the key's spine. Lads hid down there 11 days, left messages on the walls. Couldn't read most, hands shook too bad from fever. A draft curls through the room, extinguishing the lantern. Darkness folds around you. Metal clinks as he relights the wick. His face glows like a carved turnip. One lad survived. Stayed here till he married a widow from Dover. His grandson sends postcards, never visits. He unhooks the cellar key. Iron teeth glint, a predator's grin. Last opened in 43. RAF lads stored ammo here, left a grenade pin as a thank you note. He presses the key into your palm. Cold seeps into your bones. Some doors stay shut for the dead. Others, well, you're holding 50 years of silence. Your thumb finds a groove worn into the shaft. Whittled down by desperate fingers, he says. Every keeper adds their own mark. Tradition or punishment depends who's telling it. The key weighs more than its size, anchored by stories. He guides you to a hatch under a moth-eaten rug. Iron bolts dare you to turn them. Go on, he says, but mind the third stair. Rotted through when the 52 flood backed up the drains. You kneel, key hovering over the lock. The keeper's shadow looms. They say the cellar remembers voices. That true? He chuckles, a sound like rolling gravel. Listen close. Might hear the RAF boys cursing Churchill, or the ladies' wreath crew whispering bets on who'd die first. The key bites rust. A clank reverberates, cellar breath, exhaling a century's worth of trapped damp. Your pulse thrums where the stairwell begins. He lights a storm lantern. We'll need this. Only fool charges blind into history. The flame gutters, casting spider-leg shadows on brick walls. Third step creaks, a splintered warning. Told you, he says. Wood's like memory, only breaks where it's weakest. At the bottom, crates labeled HM COASTGUARD 1941. A rusted grenade pin nestles in dust. RAF's parting gift, he says. Took me 30 years to stop jumping at foghorns. Your boot scuffs a wall, etched letters surface, JHARTLEY. Day 9. Bugger the sea. The keeper traces the words. Bold words from a man who wept for his mother that night. Light glides over more graffiti, initials, dates. A crudely drawn mermaid. He freezes at a cluster of tally marks. Survivor's calendar, he mutters. Counted days till rescue. Missed the last line, though. A chill crawls up your neck, not from the cold. The lantern dims as if something leans over it. The keeper frowns. Seen that? He nods to a corner. 3 tin bowls gather cobwebs. Survivors ate here. Keeper's wife fed 'em stewed gull and pemmican. Died 3 months later. Pneumonia, they claimed. Her grave's the one with the broken cross. You touch a bowl, rust flakes stick to your skin, old blood turned to powder. The keeper exhales. Can't decide if this place is a museum or a wound. Either way, seal it back up. Some ghosts prefer their privacy. As you ascend, the lantern trembles in your grip. The hatch groans shut, key left in its lock like a challenge. The keeper brushes dust from his sleeves. Every key has 2 stories, how it was made and how it was used. Rarely the same tale. Wind howls through a cracked window. Keys overhead sway, a discordant lullaby. He catches the harmonium key mid-swing. Forgot the best part, he says. One storm, the warden's son tried playing these like a piano. Woke up the whole coast. Vicar thought it was Judgment Day. Your hand lingers on the cellar key. It warms slowly, reluctant to release its chill. The keeper nudges a warped floorboard with his boot. Men built this place to withstand gales. All it does is remind the sea who's patient. Moonlight slants through a high window, silvering the keys. They rotate, lazy as planets. The keeper pockets the harmonium key. Take the cellar one if you want. Just know every key taken becomes a debt. The house always collects. You slip it into your coat. Iron presses against your ribs, a skeletal companion. He smirks. Don't worry. Debt collectors here move slow. His laugh follows you into the hall. Takes about, a lifetime or 2. Somewhere below, a loose bolt rattles metal kissing stone. The keeper tilts his head. Hear that? That's the house remembering. Wind claws at the lighthouse, whistling through cracks like 100 pursed lips. The keeper sets a chipped plate at the table's edge, knife and fork crossed like a sailor's grave. Wife's mother swore drowned men taste crumbs through the air, he mutters. Superstition sticks longer than barnacles. You eye the empty chair, its cane seat split like parched earth. A draft lifts the fork. It clatters steel ringing against porcelain. He nods. That'd be Tom Riley, always complained about the fish stew. Rain drums the windows. Staccato bursts morphing into something else. A low hum vibrates the floorboards. Men's voices curl through the gaps, wordless, mournful, harmonizing with the gale. The keeper lights a paraffin lamp. 1812, British press gangs would raid ports during storms. Men hid in lighthouses. His finger taps the extra plate. Regulations required feeding 'em. Years later, some keepers kept the habit just in case. You strain to hear lyrics. Only fragments surface. Haul away bloody noose, Jenny's red shawl. The keeper scrapes salt off a window pane. They're clingy tonight. Must have seen your fresh face. A log shifts in the stove sparks, nipping at the iron belly. He tosses in a birch twig. Wood from the Mary Ellis lifeboat. Salvaged in 1910. Burns blue when ghosts are chatty. Flames lick cyan. You squint. Is that a face in the smoke? He serves stew without looking up. Carrots bob in the broth pale as drowned fingers. 19th century sailors believed stepping onto a ship with your left foot doomed the voyage. Still, he adjusts the plate. Better safe. The voices swell a shanty about a mermaid's ransom. Coins jump in the keeper's apron pocket. Parliament ordered lighthouses to mint emergency tokens during the Napoleonic Wars. Some say they're cursed payment for ferrymen who transport lost souls. He slaps the table. Coins still. Doesn't hurt to haggle. Something scrapes the chimney nails on slate. The keeper rolls his eyes. Probably Horatio got himself jammed in a flu in 1880. Talks nonstop about Peruvian guano shipments. You glance at the plate. Broth ripples, concentric rings spreading toward the edge. A cold breath gusts down your collar. The keeper spoons more stew. Marconi himself visited in 1904. Tested wireless signals from the lantern room. Engineers still debate if interference patterns here match the Titanic's distress calls. Wind slams the door, it rebounds with a gunshot crack. Salt spray mists the room. The keeper wipes his brow. North Sea's throwing a tantrum. Perfect night for his sentence drowns in a sudden wall of sound. 100 voices roaring yo-ho in discordant unison. Candle flames stand upright, rigid as marines. The keeper grips his spoon like a weapon. That's new. Pressure builds in your ears, the air thick with seaweed and pipe smoke. A coin rolls off the table, spins on its edge. The keeper kicks it. Blast of 1903. Munitions. Ship blew up near Dover. Fishermen heard phantom explosions for decades. He peers into the storm. Suppose sounds just looking for a home. The extra plate shudders, climbs an inch, drops. Oily broth oozes onto the tablecloth. Christ, mutters the keeper, if they're throwing crockery, it's Baltic Fleet lads. Always sore about Tsushima. You duck as a mug sails overhead, smashes into a tide chart. The keeper stands, boots planted like bulwarks. Enough, he bellows. I've fed you, haven't I? Go haunt a fairy. Silence, then a single laugh. Rasping, wet, cut short. The keeper sits, adjusts his suspenders. There's gratitude. Moonlight bleeds through clouds, illuminating the table. Knife and fork lie parallel now. Straight, military precise. The keeper pockets them. Right then, show's over. But the air still thrums, charged like before a lightning strike. You touch the cellar key in your pocket. It vibrates, faint, insistent. The keeper notices. House wants it back already. He opens the window. Wind whips his beard sideways. Toss it. You hesitate. The key hums, a wasp trapped in a jar. Now he barks. You fling it into the night. Metal winks once gone. The keeper slams the pane shut. Never let them think you're sentimental. Somewhere below, iron clangs on stone. The plate still steams untouched. He tosses a vinegar-soaked rag over the spill. They'll quiet down by midnight. Always do. A floorboard squeaks, deliberate, rhythmic. He stamps his heel. I said enough. The paraffin lamp dims, accepting the dark. Outside, the lighthouse beam sweeps past, blade of light severing shadows. For a heartbeat, silhouettes crowd the window, peaked caps, oilskins, a child's bonnet. Then wind erases them, salt-caked and eternal. The keeper butters a scone, crumbs catching in his beard. Don't look so pale. Worst they'll do is sour the milk. He offers you the jar. Try the blackcurrant. Protects against rickets and unwanted company. Storm surge booms, the foundation shudders. Somewhere far off or very near a bell tolls. Once, twice, choked by waves. The keeper counts under his breath. On 7, he opens the stove, tosses in a lock of hair. Wife's recipe. Mullen and gull feathers next. Smoke spirals into the chimney, a gray serpent. The extra plate cracks, clean down the middle. He grunts, cheaper than a divorce. By the 8th toll, your eyelids droop. The keeper drapes a horse blanket over your shoulders. Sleep here. Stairs'll be slick with ectoplasm by now. His jest lacks bite, thumb rubbing a brass button on his cuff, a warship's insignia. You dream of a ship's galley, copper pots swaying. A cook with barnacle eyes offers you broth. Mind the bile, he croaks. Bones are fresh. Dawn comes grudgingly, pale light, revealing the plate's fragments on the rug. The keeper sweeps them into a tin. Post these to Brighton. Old sea witches pay well for ghost-cut china. At the door, wind tugs your coat, insistent. The keeper lights a pipe. They like you. Try not to blush. Sunrise bleeds across the cove. The sea sprawled like a sleeping drunk. Waves lug debris ashore, driftwood, kelp, a single corked bottle. The keeper tucks the last scone in your pocket. For the road, he says, and the crows, nosy little beggars. You step onto the path, sand, grit stinging your cheeks. Behind, the lighthouse door creaks. No sings. A shanty in 3 creaking notes. You turn. The keeper's already gone, extinguished with the night. Only the extra plate remains, propped on the windowsill, holding dawn's thin gold like an apology. Rainwater still weeps from the lighthouse gutter, plinking into puddle graves along the foundation. The keeper kneels before the great lens, its prisms cloudy with decades of salt crust. 1940, he says, rag circling brass. Luftwaffe thought bombing lighthouses would cripple convoys. Didn't account for stubbornness. You run a finger along a hairline fracture in the glass. Cold radiates through the scratch, a phantom of that August night. He snorts. Sparks from the blast set 3 keepers, trousers on fire. War records called it inefficient, incendiary deployment. Dust motes swirl in the lantern room, caught in the keeper's wheezing breath. 2 men shielded this glass with their bodies. Jacob Higgs and Alfred Binns. Higgs' left teeth marks in the railing. He taps a brass plate, tarnished letters glinting. JH plus AB, 1940. Maintenance crews found Higgs, pipe decades later, stuffed behind a gearbox. Still reeked of Navy cut. Your boot nudges a ceramic shard by the wall, charred black. The keeper pockets it. Channel Fleet used lighthouses for target practice post-war. Bureaucrats called it efficiency training. I call it vandalism with a T break. Moonlight bleeds through the lens, projecting jagged patterns on your hands, fractured rainbows. Fresnel Augustin Fresnel invented this beauty in 1822. Begged to have one installed here. Died before it shipped. The keeper spits on the glass, polishes harder. Engineers still bicker if his fever dreams caused the prism alignment quirks. Wind whistles through a bullet hole in the roof, a high-pitched whine. 1970s preservationists wanted to replace the cracked panels. Higgs' granddaughter threatened to haunt Parliament. She won. You press an ear to the brass housing. Gears grind, a sound like molars chewing gravel. The keeper wipes sweat from his neck. Bin's ghost still resets the lamp timer every night at 2:10. Wonky old patriot. He gestures to a chalkboard, equations erased, except for Ob was here. Thunder rolls, the lens hums in response. Static lifts the hairs on your arms. They say Higgs' final breath got trapped in the mercury float. Might explain the green tint in fog. The keeper smacks the housing. The light stutters, resumes its sweep. You squint at a prism scarred by soot. The keeper leans close. Bomb fragments buried in the cliff formed a perfect tuning fork. Hum drives dogs mad at high tide. He nods to a collapsed kennel below. Postman's terrier held itself hoarse in 68. Never barked again. Oil drips from a valve, thick as molasses. The keeper catches it in a sardine tin. This grease kept the gears turning during the Blitz. Rationing meant using cod liver oil. Stank like Satan's pantry. He dips a finger, draws a V on the floorboards. Victory through fish guts. A flashbulb pops in your memory. The keeper's basement photos of Higgs and Binns. Grinning by an undamaged lens. Their eyes follow you now, painted onto the fresco of peeling lighthouse blueprints. Dawn inches across the channel, pink smudges on horizon bruises. The keeper winds a keyhole buried in the housing. Admiralty sealed this during the Falklands. Worried Argentine spies would sabotage the beam. His laugh rasps like a frayed winch. As if dictators care about Kentish shoals. Your thumbnail catches on a soldered repair. 15 tiny welds form a Celtic knot. Binns, moonlighted as a jewelry smith, fixed his wife's locket with lighthouse scrap. She's buried with it, clutching those sea slag roses. Gulls swarm the lantern room window, beaks clacking against glass. The keeper lobs a gear at them. Bastards know when the lens warms up, preen their feathers in the beam, vain little lighthouse groupies. Mercury swirls in its basin, quicksilver pupils tracking your movements. The keeper grips your sleeve. 19th century keepers thought the stuff could tell futures. Higgs tried once, saw his own funeral in the reflection. Died 2 weeks later. Cold seeps through the floor, June frost from the lens's eternal winter. You exhale, breath crystallizes. The keeper shrugs. Dynamos busted again, lasts longer each year. Bin's ghost must be getting tired. By noon, the air smells of solder and diesel. The keeper kicks a tool chest shut. Admiralty never added Higgs and Bin's to the memorial. Paperwork got torpedoed, they said. His thumb traces their initials. Tarnish transfers, a gray smudge on skin. Thunderheads gather first since the storm. The keeper oils the lens gears. They'll strike tonight. Always do when I polish. He hands you a rubber mat. Stand here. Higgs liked to earth his anger through visitors' boots. Lightning forks the sky. The lens erupts in prismatic fire. Your fillings buzz. The keeper whoops. There's the old bastards. Show the rookies how it's done. Rain sheets down, obscuring the coast. The beam slices through, relentless. Brass shudders underfoot, alive with 84 years of stubborn light. Somewhere below, a pipe clangs. Morse code. The keeper cocks his head. Binns says switch to red filter. Navy's doing exercises past the reef. He hesitates. Grins. Tell him to file a bloody report. You descend at moonrise, souls tingling from residual charge. The keeper remains silhouetted against the storm. A fork of electricity crowns the lens, temporary halo for two men who became their lighthouse. In the yard, mercury glints in puddles. You pocket a droplet, it weighs nothing. Humming, the keeper's voice drifts down from the lantern room. Mind the path. Higgs always trips folks at the gate. Your ankle twists, phantom fingers releasing. Laughter rattles the weather vane. Salt stings your eyes, or maybe gratitude. You don't look back. Beam sweeps over your shoulder, brushes the horizon. Flickers once, a nautical mile of stubborn, fractured light. The first frost feathers the lantern room glass, delicate patterns like shattered spider silk. Your breath hangs, a cloud that refuses to dissipate. The keeper kneels by the stairwell hatch, scooping tallow from a tin. Winter of 1883, they used whale blubber on the hinges. Crews complained the smell attracted polar bears. He smears the greasy paste across iron. No bears here, just bureaucrats who cut our heating oil. Cold climbs your legs, needle teeth sinking through wool socks. You press a palm to the floor. Granite bites back. Mercury thickens below freezing, he mutters. Lens rotation slows, makes the beam look drunk. A frayed blanket lands at your feet, moth-eaten, wool-stitched with RNLI patches. Winston Churchill requisitioned our spares in 41, left us this rag. His signatures in the corner smudged but legible. Outside, waves harden into jagged sheets, black ice veining the cove. The keeper kicks the brazier. Coals hiss. Fishermen once believed frost patterns predicted shipwrecks. Saw a schooner in the ice one December. Sank 3 days later. He spits into the embers. Steam rises, a ghostly schooner dissolving. Glass prisms whine as temperatures drop, harmonic vibrations like a choir of struck wine glasses. Your molars ache. The keeper yanks a lever. Brass shutters snap closed around the lens. Napoleonic-era insulation works better than the Admiralty's modern upgrades. He peels wallpaper near the ceiling, revealing charcoal tallies. Storm counts from the 1820s. Higgs added his own during the Blitz, used lipstick from a WAAF officer. Wind screams through a cracked window pane. The keeper plugs the gap with oiled rags. Binns died mid-blizzard. Froze to the railing. Had to snap his fingers off the metal. He examines his own hands, knuckles swollen with arthritis. Doctors call it rheumatism. I call it 80 winters of turning stiff valves. A pipe bursts below, the sound ricocheting up the spiral stairs. The keeper doesn't flinch. Same one goes every January. Fixed it with a soup, Canon 97. Chef Boyardee holds better than Admiralty steel. Moonlight refracts through ice-coated prisms, casting blue triangles on the walls. You trace one, fingertip burning with cold. Victorian keepers swore frost preserved the voices of the drowned. Played records on gramophones to melt the truth free. He tosses you a cracked vinyl sleeve. Sinatra sings for summer nights. Found this in the storm cellar. Higgs' idea of a joke, I'd wager. Dawn arrives late, pale, and shivering. The keeper scrapes ice from the lens with a fireman's axe. 1904, entire lamp froze solid. They had to thaw it with brandy. Local temperance league staged a protest. His laugh echoes in the glass chamber. Jenkins, the head keeper, drank the leftover liquor. Protesters got a show of him sledding butt naked down the cliff. You chip at a frost flower blooming on the compass rose. Historians still argue whether tallow waterproofed hinges or just fed lighthouse rats. The keeper shakes his head. Rats here die by November. Too proud to eat Navy slop. By mid-morning, the generator coughs dies. The keeper slaps its housing. Colds in the carburetor. Same as my ex-wife's heart. He pours steaming tea into the fuel tank. The motor sputters, revives. Earl Grey fixes most ills. Why do you think Britannia ruled the waves? Your boots stick to the floor where lamp oil has congealed. The keeper nods at the snot-like trails. Calls that winter ivy. Says it wards off frostbite. I say he's too cheap to buy a mop. Thunder growls. A winter storm rare as a sober sailor. The keeper unhooks a pair of mittens from a nail. Binns knitted these from electrical wire. Claims they ground lightning strikes. He flexes his fingers. Sparks dance between the copper threads. Might be why my pacemaker ticks like a Geiger counter. You peer through a frost-trimmed porthole. The beam struggles dimmed by ice, but unbroken. Somewhere below, a pipe clangs. The keeper shouts down the stairwell. Binns, stop banging the radiators. We're not running a goddamn gamelan. A shadow moves in the lens chamber, a shape sprouting frost instead of hair. The keeper lobs a wrench at it. Misses. Frost creeps up his boot. Higgs always hated January, moaned louder than the foghorn. Still does. Night falls hard, a sledgehammer of Arctic air. The keeper wedges a crowbar into the fuel hatch. Cold warped the metal. Just like it warped my pension. He pries the door open. reveals oil gone sludgy. Time for the Churchill method. He strikes a match, tosses it in. Flames roar, stained glass shadows dancing on the walls. You clutch the moth-eaten blanket. Heat licks your face. Ice melts into tears on the window panes. The keeper leans into the blaze, skin glowing like a blast furnace stoker. 19th century regulations said keepers must weigh over 12 stone for cold resistance. They'd dock your pay if you slimmed down. He pats his belly. Only time bureaucracy encouraged seconds on pudding. Mercury churns in its basin, waves slowed to a syrupy crawl. You dip a finger, frost forms instantly. The keeper grunts. Royal Society took samples in 1880, claimed our mercury contained polar energies, wanted to power London with it. Idiots. By midnight, the cold winds. The brazier dies, coals shrinking to gray pebbles. The keeper lights a hurricane lamp. Bin's ghost'll take over the watch. Likes the quiet. He settles into a rusted chair, boots propped on the barometer. Don't let Higgs sell you shares in his phantom fishery. Swindled 3 keepers out of their tobacco rations with that scam. Ice cracks on the stairs, a sound like bones snapping. The lamp gutters. You tighten the blanket. Somewhere in the dark, frost crystallizes into the shape of a hand reaching. Charred driftwood scars the bluff, each blackened log shaped like a ship's rib. You kneel, fingers sifting ashes, still warm beneath the frost. The keeper prods the debris with his boot. A nailhead glints. SS Hesperus, he grunts. Went down in the 1881 solstice storm. Fishermen looted her hull-built bonfires with the planks. He flicks the nail toward the cliff. Still find these damn things, like the sea's loose change. Wind combs through the cove, carrying the stink of burnt oak and salt. You pocket a twisted screw, its threads clogged with carbon. The keeper snorts. Take 10, whole beach is scrap iron. Royal Navy once tried salvaging it, gave up when divers kept surfacing with barnacle-covered trousers. He kicks a half-charred timber. Shipworms ate the wood, left the nails. Poetic, really. Moonlight turns the cove into a negative, pale ash on black sand. The keeper drags a magnet through the debris. Rusty metal shards leap to its surface. Victorian kids collected these for the foundry. Got a halfpenny per pound. Paid in licorice sticks and bad life choices. He pockets the clinking mass. Higgs melted them into fishing weights. Swore they brought luck. Fish disagreed. A cormorant lands on a scorched piling. Its wings reek of kerosene. The keeper lobs a nail at it. Misses. Bastards nest in the smoke stack. Love the heat. He nods at the ash piles. Historians still argue whether Hesperus sailors ate their own nails, boiled them for iron during scurvy outbreaks. Idiots. You'd break teeth first. You spot a teacup handle in the cinders, gold trim stubborn against decay. The keeper plucks it from your palm. Minton china. Captain's mistress smuggled a dozen crates. Sank sipping Darjeeling. He chucks it into the surf. Waves spit it back every solstice. Along with her corset bones. Embers wink in the tidal pools, flecks of copper catching moonlight. The keeper crouches, stirs the water with a burnt stick. Bonfires here used to melt lighthouse lenses, keepers tossed in nails to test the heat. If they glowed white, good for glasswork. He frowns at a rusted bolt. Now we just burn Admiralty memos. Burns hotter. Frost creeps across the ashes, hexagonal patterns swallowing charcoal. You stamp your feet, the cold climbing again. The keeper unwraps a tar-blackened biscuit. Coal cake. Higgs recipe. 50% flour, 50% schooner soot. He gnaws a corner. Tastes like regret and low tide. Shadows stretch from the bluff, tangling with the lighthouse beam. The keeper points to a scorch mark on the cliff face. Viking patrol fire. 10th century. Burnt whale fat and enemy shields. Smoke could be seen from Oslo. He licks soot off his thumb. Archaeologists found a chainmail bikini here in 72. Went missing from the museum. Some say Higgs' wife nabbed it for gardening. A wave dislodges a timber. It tumbles down the shingle with a bone-dry rattle. The keeper sighs. Binns proposed burning the whole damn lighthouse once. Said the beacon attracted bad weather. Wanted to switch to glow worms. He kicks a ember streak in the sand. Management vetoed it. Said worms lacked institutional dignity. Your sleeve catches on a barnacle-crusted hinge. The keeper yanks it free. Blood wells on your wrist. He dabs it with ash. Old trick. Soot seals cuts faster than bandages. Smuggler's first aid. He studies the crimson smear. Course, it also gave half of 'em blood poisoning. But style counts. Far out, a container ship's lights flicker, a constellation tethered to diesel. The keeper spits toward it. Cargo crews used to trade us oranges for nails. Vitamin C for tetanus. Fair swap. He peels a blackened key from a timber. Hesperus, strongbox key. Opens nothing now. Higgs wore it as a necklace, died choking on it during a sneeze. Wind shifts, ash swirls into a mini cyclone. The keeper watches it spiral. Lepers were banished here once. Had to wave flaming driftwood so ships stayed clear. Called it the island of living torches. He lights a twist of tarred rope, tosses it into the vortex. Fire whirls a brief sun, spinning itself to death. Dawn arrives, weak tea spilling over the horizon. The keeper stomps the last embers. Time was. Each nail pulled from here got blessed by a priest. Now they just clog Marina's drain pipes. He grinds a charred plank under heel. Progress. You pocket a final nail, edges softened by centuries of salt. The keeper eyes your clenched fist. Keep that away from the compass. Hesperus iron always points to its wreck. Compasses hate unresolved business. He turns toward the tower. Also, it'll make your pocket rust, but that's life, stylish and ruined. Smoke stains linger on your fingers, a smell no ocean breeze can erase. Wind carries the scent of burnt oak inland, leading you past shale mounds to a leaning silhouette. The keeper stops, boots sinking into loam that reeks of kelp and regret. Abel Marlowe, he says, last keeper to tend the lamp without electricity. A splintered cross tilts toward the surf, its dates scrubbed smooth by centuries of salt spray. Family shipped his body here from Cornwall. Coffin popped open during a squall. Lobsters got to him first. He fishes a penny from his pocket, green corrosion, blooming across Lincoln's profile. Old habit. Romans started it, coins on dead eyes, to pay the underworld ferryman. He wedges it into a crack. Mariners leave steel nails now. Modern inflation. Pebbles skitter, seaward the cliff edge, crumbling in slow motion. You crouch, fingernails catching on grooves where dates once stood. The keeper lights a hand-rolled cigarette. 92 storms since Marlowe's death. Each one chews another inch off his plot. He exhales smoke. It coils around the cross like phantom rigging. Higgs swore the grave shifts position, said it crawls toward the Hesperus wreck at night. Found his boots full of grave dirt once. Called it posthumous tourism. Rainwater pools at the cross's base, reflecting the lighthouse beam in fractured shards. You spot a crab picking through lichen, its claws clicking against limestone. The keeper flicks a mussel shell at it. Hermit priests buried their abbey's savings here. Gold chalices, candle snuffers, the holy piggy bank. He nods at the eroded dates. Historians still argue whether the cross marks Marlowe's bones or the treasure site. Idiots. Gold would have washed away with his teeth. A gust nearly topples the cross. You steady it, palms scraping damp wood. The keeper grunts. Careful. Last volunteer got splinters that sprouted seaweed. Took 6 nuns and a vinegar bath to fix. He kneels, brushes salt crust from the penny. Liverpool sailors used to plant nails here as grave markers. Rust preserves better than marble. Also cheaper. His thumb traces the crossbar. Local kids think it's a pirate's grave. Dig here every summer. Find nails and disappointment. Tide surges. Foam hisses around the cliffs, talon-like rocks. The keeper unclips a compass from his belt. The needle twitches, not north, but stubbornly southeast. Hesperus iron in the soil. Drains the sense from magnets and men. He pockets the device. Marlowe's ghost reportedly hitchhikes on passing trawlers. Asks for a penny and a shot of kerosene. Never tips. You pocket a pebble veined with fool's gold, its edges worn soft by the sea's insistence. The keeper watches. Took Marlowe's survey map once. Compasses spun like drunk ballerinas. Whole chart was useless, just like that bastard's promises. He kicks a shale shard into the void. Chain of dead keepers stretches back to Ethelred's reign. We're just temporary barnacles on history's hull. Moonlight bleaches the penny's patina, a false gleam in the mortal dark. The keeper turns up his collar. Ever seen a corpse candle? Blue flames that follow doomed ships. Marlowe's been lighting them since 34. Union Oil paid him a pension for it. He snorts. Check the ledger under posthumous benefits. Smells like lamp oil and tax fraud. Wave slap echoes in the cliff's throat, a wet, rhythmic gasp. The keeper adjusts adjusts the penny, now wedged tight against brine-swollen wood. Vikings buried thralls here with stone amulets, thought the dead could steer their ships from shore. He pats the cross. Now we've got Marlowe, eternal shift worker. A grin cracks his weathered face. Better him than me. Your shadow merges with the crosses, stretched long and thin toward the water's hunger. The keeper lights a final cigarette off the lighthouse beam's reflection. Took a girl here once. Picnic on Marlowe's headstone. She mistook the penny for a love token. Married a dentist in Sheerness. Ash falls, gray snow on a salt-stained grave. Smart woman. Dawn pries at the horizon, pale fingers too weak to grasp the dark. You retreat from the crumbling edge, the keeper's penny already crusted with fresh salt. He sniffs the wind. Low tide in 3 hours. Marlowe'll start his rounds, checking lamps, cursing the modern world. Business as usual. A wave explodes against rocks below, sending spray high enough to taste. The keeper licks his lips, salty as ever. He must, clocked in early. Footprints fill slowly, sand and shale, conspiring to erase your passage. Only the penny remains, Lincoln's face, pressed against wood, forever mid-sentence. The keeper's boots crunch over barnacle shells, leading you to a jagged heap taller than both of you combined. Driftwood's spite collection, he grunts. Warped planks jut at cruel angles, salt-crusted edges, catching the light like broken teeth. Ship timbers, wharf boards, coffin fragments. Sea coughs up what it can't digest. He slaps a splintered beam. This one's from the Hesperus, proven by the rust stains nails long gone to pancakes. You touch a plank veined with shipworm tracks, grooves deeper than your fingerprints. The keeper snorts. Vikings used this rot for kindling. Burned so hot, they could forge anchors in driftwood flames. He kicks a gnarled branch. Stupid hobby, you're stacking corpses here. A splinter lodges under your thumbnail, sharp as betrayal. The keeper hands you rusted pliers. 17th century remedy. Pull it out clockwise, prevents salt rot in the blood. He watches you grimace. 18th century sailors thought splinters carried sirens' curses. Blamed every shipwreck on a carpenter's sloppy sanding. Moonlight pales the woodpile, casting shadows like drowned rigging. You add your splintered piece to the top. It wobbles, then settles into the tower's hunch. The keeper nods. Good. Now you're part of the failure archive. He points to a warped shingle. Fisherman wedged that in 1942, thought it would guide his son's ghost home. Kid's boots washed up here, still laced. Wind whistles through wormholes, an off-key dirge. The keeper plucks a nail from his coat. Local legend says driving iron into driftwood summons storm widows. Tried it once. Got a visit from Mrs. O'Hara, complained about the draft. He wedges the nail between 2 planks. Her husband went down with the Corrie, April 9th, 1911. Iceberg off Greenland. Ship's cat survived, hated her. Surf hisses below each wave, adding fresh insults to the cliff base. You trace a gouge in the wood, a perfect crescent. Lifeboat collision, the keeper mutters. SS Laurentia versus the iceberg that killed her captain. Steel doesn't forgive. He spits, nor should it. A spider scuttles from a knothole, legs dusted with salt crystals. The keeper flicks it into the dark. Arctic arachnid, hitched here on a Russian trawler's log. Bites make you crave pickled herring. He rubs his forearm. Still, oh Boris, 3 rubles for the antidote. Your driftwood piece shifts, a rasp of dead timber. The keeper steadies it. 19 storms built this pile. Each planks a receipt for the sea's bad temper. He crouches, brushes lichen from a cracked hull fragment. Historians still argue whether old driftwood sculptures were navigation aids or drunken sailors' therapy. Both. Sailors were drunk and lost. You spot carvings beneath the grime, initials encased in hearts, crossed out dates. The keeper scrapes salt crust with a pocket knife. Love notes to Poseidon, mostly threats. The blade reveals crude letters. Marlowe was here. Prophet of the obvious, he grumbles. Tide retreats, exposing kelp-strangled rocks. The keeper lobs a pebble at the woodpile. 1898. A poet tried burning this heap for artistic lighting, lit his breeches instead. Lighthouse logs called it vigorous interpretive dance. He pockets the pebble. Still find his belt buckle during spring tides. Your shadow merges with the driftwoods, all angles and gaps. The keeper lights a cigarette off a struck match. Folks say stacked wood confuses the sea, makes it forget where it left its toys. Ash drifts onto the planks. Never worked, but it keeps me from strangling tourists. A plank clatters down, its impact echoing through the pile. The keeper freezes. Third one this week. Either the Hesperus is disassembling, or Marlowe's rearranging furniture. He squints at the horizon. If you see a lobster in a top hat, start running. Fool's gold glints in the wood's fissures, pyrite scars from ancient collisions. You chip a fleck with your nail. The keeper slaps your hand. Bad luck. Pyrite fools the dead, same as the living. Buried a man once, pockets full of that glitter. Ghost still haunts pawn shops. Dawn bleeds gray, exposing beetle tracks in the bleached wood. The keeper prods a spongy plank. Ship's biscuit fungus. Eats oak faster than sailors. He peels a strip. It disintegrates in his palm. Ate a whole schooner off Iceland in 52. Crew thought it was caramel. Your added piece now wears a frost crust, its edges softening. The keeper leans close, whispering like he's sharing state secrets. They say certain driftwood hums, centuries-old songs trapped in the grain. Tried sanding a piece once. Got a 10-minute aria about mermaid taxes. He steps back, better than the radio. Wave foam laps at the cliff's base, thirsty for fresh wreckage. The keeper kicks a splintered mast fragment, used to make wedding rings from this. Lasted longer than the marriages. He examines his oil-stained hand, still got the splinter from carving hazels. Dig it out every solstice. Sentimental value. Wind-borne sand pricks your neck. The keeper shades his eyes, watching gulls circle the lighthouse. Storms brewing. Should have known. Woodpiles singing soprano. He spits into the wind. Means the Hesperus wants her planks back. Tell her to get in line. You press your palm to the driftwood, feeling vibrations deeper than the surf. The keeper nods. Dead ship's pulse. Only fools and keepers notice. A wave detonates below, its percussion rattling the pile. He smirks. That's a hello in shipwreck. Means send more snacks. Your shadow stretches seaward, tethered to the tower's spear of light. The keeper lights his last match off a salt-bleached plank. Flame sputters, dies. He sighs. Even fire quits around here. Moonlight etches his profile into the dark. Put your failure where the gulls won't crap on it. That's the secret. Dawn's first glow softens the woodpile's harsh lines, turning jagged edges into charcoal smudges. The keeper plucks a nail from the heap, its head stamped with Cyrillic, from the Tsar's yacht, probably. Revolutionaries used driftwood rafts to flee Crimea. Stalin's men shot at the splinters. He pockets the nail. History's full of bad shots. You retreat as tide reclaims the beach, each wave erasing footprints, smoothing failures. The keeper remains, his silhouette part of the pile. Last thing you hear, a groan of shifting wood. It almost sounds like laughter. The keeper's calloused finger stabs the radio dial, static hissing like a scalded cat. You smell burning dust, vacuum tubes glowing angry orange. A voice crackles through. Mayday, MV Perseus taking water at 57 point. The keeper silences it mid-sentence. Same coordinates as the Carina in 78. Fool's latitude. Rain lashes the signal room windows, each drop exploding against glass thick as prison bars. He spits into a brass spittoon. 3 wrecks stacked there like pancakes. Even the gulls avoid it. A chart sprawls across the table, coffee stains blooming over depth markings. 1943. U-boat commander torpedoed his own supply ship by accident, sank with a hold full of schnapps. You touch the radio's bakelite casing, still warm from phantom transmissions. The keeper slaps your hand away. That's a Collins R390. Picked the damn thing off Omaha Beach after D-Day. Still smells like Private Jenkins chewing tobacco. He jabs a screwdriver into its guts. Things older than your parents' bad marriage. Lightning bleaches the room, freezing the keeper mid-scowl. Thunder shakes dust from ceiling beams. Fishermen say this static's dead sailors gossiping. Hear that? He adjusts the dial. A warped voice gargles potatoes. That's Benny Hodge. Sank in his overalls, hauling tubers to Liverpool. Still mad about the sprout shortage. A red light blinks, Morse code stuttering across the wall. The keeper deciphers it with a yawn. Coast guards playing babysitter again. Storm surge warnings, blah blah. He unplugs the receiver. Washington bought these radios to spy on rum runners. Jokes on them. Bootleggers just sang louder. You spot a faded photo taped to the wall, men in naval uniforms wrestling a radio mast. 1936 transmission crew. Last ones to get Fu Manchu mustaches right. The keeper flicks a cockroach off the speaker. They heard Tokyo Rose's broadcast here first. Laughed so hard, they rebuilt the antenna drunk. Rainwater seeps under the door, advancing like a timid invader. The keeper tosses a salt-stained manual at the puddle. Bell Systems Guide to Proper Communication Etiquette. Chapter 3. How to Disappoint Wives via Carrier Pigeon. He kicks the manual. Worthless as a screen door on a sub. The emergency frequency erupts, a screech that cracks the speaker cone. The keeper smothers it with a moth-eaten blanket. That's just the Perseus's skeleton crew. Ghosts need something to do between hauntings. He lights a cigarillo off a sparking wire. Historians still argue whether the Carina's captain intentionally rammed the reef. Answers obvious. Dude owed alimony. Lightning flashes, revealing ship names carved into the table. The keeper traces one with his knife. SS Hopeful. Ran aground carrying a circus elephant. Beast swam 3 miles, trashed a minister's rose garden. Ash falls on the carving. True disaster was explaining hoofprints to a bishop. You adjust the frequency knob, capturing a warped rendition of Nearer, My God, to Thee. The keeper slumps into a springless chair. Titanic's radio room played that while sinking. Overrated. I'd blast polka music, give the iceberg something to regret. A paper jam spews from the teletype, weather reports printed backward. The keeper balls one up. 1954. They installed this thing to predict hurricanes. First printout said buy milk. Storm flipped a dairy truck into the harbor. He nods at the window. Predictions haven't improved. Thunder rattles the vacuum tubes. You catch a voice in the static. Abandoning ship. The keeper yanks the power cord. Too late for dramatics. Lifeboats'll swamp in these breakers. He rubs his stubble salt crystals, falling like powdered regret. Radio's job is to fail. Lets the lighthouse pretend it's still useful. The clock's pendulum stutters, losing its fight against the storm. The keeper winds it with a bullet casing. German U-boat chronometer. Stole it off a corpse in the Azores. Keeps better time than my ex-wife's lawyer. Rain drums a Morse code rhythm on the roof. The keeper translates into his palm. ... Bring more whisky. He tosses an empty bottle out the window. C's been sober since Prohibition. Explains the mood swings. You flick through a logbook. Entries end mid-word where the ink ran out. The keeper slams it shut. Don't read that. Last idiot who did joined a monastery. Turns out 80 years of wind brisk. Morale low kills ambition. A spark jumps from the headset, singeing your earlobe. The keeper grins. Norwegian spy used to get shocks on purpose. Said Stalin's voice gave him shampoo commercial hair. He soaks a rag in whiskey, dabs your burn. Still better than Bluetooth. The barometer needle trembles, stuck between certain doom and apology required. The keeper pounds it with a wrench. This thing predicted the 38 hurricane 3 days after it hit. Glass shards sprinkle the floor. Now it's right twice a day by accident. Wind screams through the antenna array, a metallic howl that sets your teeth vibrating. The keeper shouts over the din. 40s engineers called that the widow's wail. Misdiagnosis. It's just the C-sharp nobody asked for. Silence crashes down as the storm relents. The keeper relights his cigarillo. Radio's real job, making us feel less alone while we drown. He spits into the spittoon. It rings like a funeral bell. Doesn't work. Just adds reverb to the panic. Dawn leaks through oil-smeared windows, the death rattle of storms past. The keeper wipes soot from the radio dials. Next shift's problem. He limps toward the door, boots leaving rust prints. Remember, if God wanted us to talk across oceans, he wouldn't have invented awkward family reunions. The speaker crackles one last time, a voice distorted beyond language. You switch it off. Somewhere beneath the static, the sea laughs at its own joke. The porch swing groans, rusted chains tattooing their protest into wood softened by 60 winters. You grip splintered slats as the keeper rocks faster his boots, carving arcs in salt-crusted planks. First was Thomas Pembroke, 1904. Took over at 12 when his dough washed up with a mermaid's necklace in his fist. He spits into the petunias. Lasted 3 months before waves dragged him down like he owed them rent. Wind plucks at your collar, a cold finger tracing the scar where the headset sparked. The lighthouse beam sweeps past, briefly illuminating a child's initials scratched into the railing. Elise Marlowe, 1942, wrote poetry about conger eels. Storm surge took her notebooks and her during a spring tide. His laugh tastes of iodine and regret. Turns out the sea hates rhyming couplets. You shift, the swing's middle slat digs into your thighs like a dull knife. The keeper lights a cigarillo off a Zippo stamped USS Juno. Historians still argue whether the Flannan Isles keepers were swept away or just left. Idiots. The ocean doesn't take resignations. Ash flutters onto his boot. Their last log entry. Storm ended. Sea calm. God is everywhere. Liars. Storms never end here. Moonlight glazes the keeper's profile, chipping him from the same stone as the cliffs. He nods toward the cove. 1912. Landlubbers crewed this light, college boys thinking it romantic. All 6 quit after the Kamloops wreck. Frozen corpses kept washing up for years, playing cards still in their pockets. The swing hiccups over a rotted board, ace of spades in every hand. Sees idea of a punchline. Salt air glues your lips shut. The keeper peels an ancient Wrigley's wrapper from his pocket. 18-year-old Marta Voss, 1917. Believed in selkies, tossed cream into the surf every full moon. His thumb rubs the silvered gum wrapper. Tide brought her back, wearing sealskin leggings. Not a scratch, just smile lines deeper than the Mariana Trench. Your elbow brushes something tacky, sap or decades of brine. The keeper flicks a barnacle off the armrest. Fun fact: Victorian sailors glued mustaches on lighthouse portraits for authority. He taps his own hairless lip, worked till Hurricane Betsy stripped every fake whisker off the Atlantic coast. Best shave the sea ever gave. Waves churn below, their rhythm sinks with the swing's decay. The keeper cracks a peanut from his overalls. Jimmy Liang, 2008. Tech whiz. Swore his app could predict rogue waves. Shells patter onto the boards like hail. His last text: algorithm says 3 minutes. Took the stairs 2 at a time. Beat his prediction by 17 seconds. A moth drinks sweat from your temple. The keeper crushes it, gently, wings powdering his calluses. Post-war keepers planted thistle gardens. Said the spines kept drowned souls from hitchhiking indoors. He studies the moth's corpse, didn't stop the nightmares. Just made ghosts swear more when they sat down. Something clanks in the tower, a loose cable or apologetic ghost. The keeper doesn't turn. Final lesson: never trust a sailor who collects sand. Means they've stopped believing in horizons. He stands abruptly. The swing lurches like a gutted ship. Bedtime. Inherit the watch. Try not to die before sunrise. The paperwork's a bitch. His shadow merges with the lighthouse's black spine. You count heartbeats until dawn. The chains scream. The sea breathes. Somewhere beyond the reef, a cargo ship's horn bleats 3 short blasts. A child giggles in the fog. You swing faster. You climb the iron stairs, each step colder than the last. The lamp room hums, brass gears spinning under glass, dusted with sea salt. The keeper hunches over the logbook, his pen carving words into yellowed vellum. December 3rd, gale force winds, horizontal sleet. He hesitates, nib hovering over the page. Hopelessness. The pen digs deeper. Persist. Wind rams the tower, copper panels rattling like a banshee's jewelry. He slams the log shut, a puff of mildew hitting your nostrils. Last keeper who wrote hopelessness got transferred to Dover. 2 weeks later, hit by a tram while chasing his hat. His thumbnail picks at a water stain. Official cause of death, acute optimism. The logbook lies open to 1910 entries spiky with German script. Prussian engineer rebuilt this lamp after the Great Storm. Swore mercury baths kept the gears honest. He taps a brown smear, blood from when he adjusted the prism during a fever dream. Historians still argue whether that madness saved 7 ships or doomed 3. Glass creaks as the lens rotates, projecting your twin shadows across maps of the Atlantic Trench. He nods to a biscuit tin. Found that wedged in the spiral stairs. Victorian era. Contains 4 teeth, a love sonnet to Neptune, and 17 pearl buttons. A moth escapes when he lifts the lid. Never did figure out if it's a sacrifice or someone's really bad shopping list. You trace a finger over the log's cover, gritty with dried algae. The keeper shrugs off his oilskin. One pro tip: if the green flash comes at sunset, don't blink. Lets the sea into your head. He pauses at the door. Relax. Worst case, you end up as someone's campfire story. His laughter follows him down the stairs, each step fading until only the storm remains. Barometer needles shiver in their brass cages. You lift the pen. The logbook whispers of winter storms past, each entry a headstone in paper. Somewhere below, waves scalp the cliffs, roaring about all they've swallowed. The lamp's heartbeat thrums through the floor, a metallic lullaby for the damned. You write your name. The tower holds its breath. Dawn claws at the eastern clouds, streaks of sulfur yellow breaking through coal-black smudges. The lamp's glass eye dims, its final rotation slower than a dying man's blink. You rub crusted salt from your lashes. The keeper's sea boot steps echoing on the stairwell. He carries 2 chipped mugs, tea leaves swirling like silt in a tidal pool. Drink up. Tastes like rust and regret, but it's tradition. His thumb brushes a dent in the tin. First keeper brewed this the morning after the great flood of '53. North Sea fisted through the channel, drowned 300 on Canvey Island. He spits toward a rusted floor drain. That's why the Weather Bureau still monitors this spit of rock. Even satellites need human eyes sometimes. The tea scalds your tongue, burnt bergamot hiding the aftertaste of crankcase oil. Through warped glass, dawn unveils the carnage. Cliffs gouged raw, fishing nets strung on barbed wire reefs. A corpse-pale sun bleeds into the clouds. Your shadow stretches 10 feet before snapping like a rubber band. He nudges a sand-scarred radio with his boot. Found a lifeboat once, 1952. No bodies, just a wedding dress, 12 tins of milk, and a parrot that cursed in Portuguese. His chuckle rasps like a shingle beach underfoot. Experts think it drifted from the Azores. Some say the bird's still breeding in Devon hedgerows. Me, I heard it recite Shakespeare at a pub once, but that might have been the gin. Rainwater plinks into a galvanized bucket. The keeper counts drops like a miser with coins. Barometers lying. Swells still building under the shelf. He jerks his chin toward the horizon. That tanker out there, her captain's praying to radar now. Should have stuck with lighthouses. Your fingers graze the logbook, its spine cracked like an old salt's knuckles. The keeper slaps it shut. No more ink tonight. Dawn shifts belong to the next fool. He peels a photograph from the wall, sepia-toned faces swallowed by fungal blooms. My grandfather ran this lamp during the Blitz. One direct hit broke every window but the Fresnel. Historians still argue whether it was dumb luck or if Hitler's pilots mistook the beam for hell's back door. A moth kamikazes into the cooling lamp, wings sizzling on mercury-coated glass. The keeper flicks it into the storm's remains. Greenwich time gobbled us up in '88. Automated the lamp, fired 18 keepers. Took 5 years for them to admit foghorns need human lungs. He spits again, this time hitting the moth's smoldering corpse. Machines can't taste despair in the air, that oily tang before a ship splits its guts open. Your legs protest as you descend, stairs swaying like a chaise lounge on a yacht. He halts at a supply closet, tosses you a kerosene lantern. 53 steps to the cove. Watch for slick spots. Last volunteer slid into the privy ditch. We called him Puddle Jumper till he quit. The lantern's great digs into your palm, its heat barely denting the coastal chill. Outside, the world smells of wet iron and rotting kelp. The keeper kicks a barnacled buoy, its bell clangs like a drunkard's lunch pail. Found a message in one of these once Victorian, copper plate etched with wedding vows. Buried it under the 7th pine. He shrugs. Figured the dead deserved one secret not spat up by the tide. Sunlight glints off something below, a triangle of stained glass wedged in shale. From the Margate Queen's Chapel, he mutters. Sank carrying 7 tons of scotch and a bishop's piano. Salvagers swore they heard nocturnes during spring tides. Nonsense, of course. Unless you've been drinking the scotch. The lighthouse shrinks behind you, its striped pattern blurring into the mist. Sea gulls screech insults as you pick through tide pools. Your boot dislodges a china shard blue willow pattern, still gripping a fractured teacup handle. The keeper scoops it up. 3rd one this month. Either a cargo ship's dissolving or Poseidon's wife redecorated. At the moss-eaten gate, he presses frosted sea glass into your hand, edges smoothed by decades of tantrum waves. Come back when the light's properly lonely. Bring whiskey and better jokes. His silhouette retreats swallowed by the tower's shadow. You walk south, the gravel path crunching like sugar glass underfoot. Overhead, crows dismantle a shredded windsock. Somewhere beyond the haze, the tanker sounds its horn, a basso profundo groan that lingers long after the fog consumes it. The sea glass warms in your fist, its glow fainter than a spent match. Salt stiffens your collar as you turn inland, the lighthouse, now a thumbnail sketch against the world's damp margin. Waves resume their lecture, patiently explaining how all human footsteps are just temporary graffiti on a shore that remembers the weight of glaciers. The sea glass sits heavy in your palm, still clinging to the keeper's pipe, tobacco warmth. Gravel crackles underfoot as you descend, each step widening the gulf between you and the tower's fading hum. Behind, iron hinges shriek, a farewell salute from the weather-ravaged gate. Wind plucks at your collar. It smells of diesel and damp wool. A cormorant glides past, its shadow inky against the shale. You pause, your boot nudges a rusted sardine tin half buried in kelp. Victorian script curls across the lid, HMS Thunder's finest. The keeper's voice drifts down, a graveled afterthought. Toss that back. Curators paid me 20 quid for one last year, then sued when the tuna inside bit their intern. Fog thickens, swallowing the cliff path's edges. The lighthouse's stripes blur into a single gray smudge. Crayola would call this color lonely bastard. Pebbles shift under your soles, an unstable memory of solid ground. Somewhere below, Waves dismantle last night's storm-battering ram rhythm against limestone teeth. You uncurl your fist, the sea glass glows seawater green. Found that off-beachy head, the keeper had muttered. 1911. Same year, the Royal Navy abandoned lighthouses for radio beacons fools. His laugh still vibrates in the shard, a dry rasp of disapproval. Not that it saved the Amazon, pulled 17 from her engine room, all swearing the automatics lied about the rocks. Moss squelches underfoot, you sidestep a tide pool, shimmering with oil rainbows. A crab side-eyes your intrusion before vanishing into Bladderwrack. Historians still argue whether the Amazon's captain ignored his crew, or if the ship's compass dove for mermaid gold. You'll never know, just like you'll never unsee the keeper pocketing that moth's charred wings this morning. The path curves, cliff grasses whip your shins, sunrise bleaches the fog milky, your shadow first stretches, then snaps like a broken marionette string. At the cove's edge, pebbles morph into crushed china, teacup fragments glazed with periwinkles. You pocket a shard blue willow pattern intact. Maybe Poseidon's wife finally ditched her nautical chic phase. Salt crusts your lips. Lighthouse air lingers in your sinuses. A foghorn groans, not the keeper's mechanical drone, but a tanker's baritone bellow. Closer than it should be. Automated systems assure safety, occupational hazard of trusting microchips born in desert clean rooms. Your thumb traces the sea glass's curve, edges softened by 70 years of tantrum waves. Local legend claims each shard holds a drowned sailor's breath. If true, this one whispers of Turkish tobacco and Earl Grey steeped too long. The final slope levels into marsh boardwalk, slats green with treacherous algae. You glance back, the lighthouse has vanished. Only fog remains, stubborn as unanswered questions. Waves hiss against the jetty, patiently recounting how Vikings navigated these currents using raven feathers and walrus intuition. Coastal scrub surrenders to thorny hedgerows, their branches clawing at your sleeves. A weather vane creaks, cock-shaped iron pointing resolutely inland. Somewhere in Devon, maybe that Portuguese parrot still heckles farmers. You'll choose to believe it, just like you'll believe the sea glass still warms your palm. Tarmac appears, as sudden as a stage curtain drop. A diesel bus wheezes at the crossroads, its destination panel reading civilization, mostly. The driver eyes your salt-stiff jeans sniffs. You've been ghost hunting. Lighthouse keeping. Same thing. As the engine roars, you press the sea glass to the grimy window, its glow too faint for anyone else to see. Behind the retreating cliffs, the fog parts once, a single white stitch in gray wool. Then it's gone, taking the keeper's voice, the lamp's heartbeat, and all the scotch-soaked nocturnes with it. The bus radio sputters a weather report, pressure systems colliding where the North Sea fists into the channel. You close your eyes, tasting rust and bergamot, still feeling the tower's pulse in your molars, as diesel fumes overwrite the brine. The sea glass rests in your palm, its edges worn smooth by decades of restless tides. Diesel fumes blend with salt air as the bus lurches forward, each revolution of the wheels carrying you further from the cliff's whispered secrets. Your thumb traces the shard's curve, warmth lingering like a half-remembered dream. Fog dissolves into patchy sunlight, the marshes gleaming like tarnished silver. Somewhere behind you, beyond the thorn-scratched horizon, a lamp might still be sweeping the coast. But here, now, the engine's rumble becomes a lullaby. You tuck the glass into your pocket, its weight familiar as a heartbeat. Brambles release their grip on the bus windows, fields of sheep blur into green static. The driver hums along to static-veiled jazz, notes fraying at the edges. Breath fogs the glass as you lean against the seat, your reflection ghostly over passing hedgerows. The taste of overbrewed tea lingers, petroleum and bergamot clinging to your tongue. Weather vanes spin in distant farms, pointing every direction but truth. When sleep comes, it arrives, as the tide does. Gentle, inevitable, the sea glass pulses once against your thigh. A final murmur from the keeper's world before stilling. Your last thought melts into the vibration of asphalt. The bus carrying you toward electric lights, toward mornings unmeasured by foghorn cadence. But deep in your ribs, where salt still crystallizes, the lamp's rhythm endures, steady as shale, quiet as a cormorant's shadow, endless as the sea.